Great.
Good to go.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, good morning. This is the convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We are holding this meeting virtually, so do our roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning.
All right, we'll get started. Today is September 7th, and they're commenting on the hot one again. And it's public meeting number 476. I'll turn right to Commissioner Maynard. You have some minutes for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two sets of minutes that I would like to move on together if there are no objections. Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the minutes from the February 8th, 2023 and February 9th, 2023 public meetings that are included in the Commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Commissioner Maynard, I have one correction, I think, on page, I think I've got it as page 16 of our packet, page 13 of the minutes. And the minutes were excellent, so comprehensive. At the very bottom, last paragraph, first sentence, I think the word "not" is missing because it says Chair Judson inquired whether it would be beneficial to have signage that children could accompany those over the age of 21 on the gaming floor. And I'm quite confident I said could not accompany. And then Daniel Miller goes on to say they do have signage, but if we could add the word "not" after "could" on the first sentence.
I see that, Madam Chair, and that can be taken care of.
And we were at MGM Springfield yesterday, and the signage was very clear. So I just wanted to note that in particular. So thank you. That's like a legal first year test. Don't forget the knots, right? Okay. With that, that's the only edit I have. Does anybody else have an edit or correction? For both, right? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. And I just am noticing Commissioner Hill's shirt. And I suspect that will be particularly relevant when we get to our next item. Before we just start turning to Interim Executive Director Grossman, I did want to make note at our last, I think it was our last public meeting, August 25th, we nominated and appointed Heather Hall for, she's our IEB Chief Enforcement Counsel to be our interim director of our IEB as well. She's doing both roles. As a follow-up, at the same time, we were also saying goodbye to Loretta Lilios. And so there were certain logistics that we really didn't tend to, and I must say I did it purposely because it really was a send-off for then Director Lilios. But I wanted to ask, and I see Dave Muldrew, you're right on, so that's really helpful. If we could memorialize her appointment in writing, of course, we have it in our streamed, and the appointment, which would have been, I think we want to confirm August 25th, and I see that Heather is here. And then if we could plan Grace for our next public meeting to anticipate an executive session to discuss her compensation, which could, of course, be retroactive. I know that Chief Muldrew, Chief Lennon are working on a memorandum to help us on that decision making.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
thank you so much. So, and I decided to start with this because Heather has some business ahead, and I didn't want her to think that we were forgetting about her compensation. So, thank you, everybody. Okay, so we'll mark that up. Even during I think we have an agenda setting, but I didn't want to forget. All right, so now we can turn to item number 3, our administrative update. Good morning, Todd.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners, and to all members of our team and everyone who's joining us here today. We do have a couple of items to present to you here this morning. We'll hear from 2 members of our team. First, Director Mark Vanderlinden will talk about Responsible Gaming Education Month, and then we'll turn to Dr. Alex Lightbound, who will offer an update relative to the live racing schedule at Plainridge Park and the use of the delegation that the Commission has authorized, which we'll talk about later again in this meeting. But for now, if I may, I'd love to turn it over to Mark to talk about Responsible Gaming Education Month.
Great. Thank you very much, Todd. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. We are in Responsible Gaming Education Month. 25 years ago, the American Gaming Association, began dedicating a specific week to increase awareness about problem gambling within the industry and patrons to the casinos, as well as promote responsible gaming. And last year, this initiative expanded to be a month long and provide an opportunity to promote gambling literacy, consumer protection, elevate employee training, and work with partners to advance an understanding of responsible gaming. Since the Commission has been around, the Commission has certainly recognized the importance of responsible gaming and recognized this month as Responsible Gaming Education Month. One of the ways that responsible gaming is promoted is through strategies to increase positive play. And before I define what I mean by positive play, what I mean by responsible gaming is the provision of gambling services designed to encourage players to maintain their gambling at a healthy level and minimize harm. The onus there is on us as the Gaming Commission and on the industry as the provider of gambling services. Positive play, on the other hand, is defined as knowledge, attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors of players about gambling so that it remains a recreational activity and creates a minimal risk of experiencing gambling-related harm. The focus of positive play is obviously on the player. A critical component of the MGC's research agenda is dedicated to advancing an understanding of how to reduce harm through safer gambling strategies, practices, and policies. In 2020, there was a research study that was conducted to the extent of positive play among 1,512 Massachusetts players. We did a follow-up study in 2022 with almost 2,000 players. These studies explored specific areas where positive play could be further supported and identify the extent of positive play among different player groups. The positive play study used what's called the positive play scale to measure gambling beliefs and behaviors consistent with positive play. And just real quick, I want to show you what a little bit more about the positive play scale. You can see here that it has 2 subscales, a belief subscale and a behavior subscale. And then broken down into honesty and control, the extent to which a player is honest with themselves and others about their gambling behavior and feel in control of their gambling behavior. Gambling literacy is the extent to which a player has the accurate understanding about the nature of gambling, personal responsibility. Then there's the behavior subscale with two components, personal responsibility and pre-commitment. Personal responsibility, the extent to which a player believes they should take ownership of their gambling behavior, and pre-commitment, the extent to which a player considers how much time and or money they spend gambling. Key findings from this study. I'm going to take my Key findings from this study included that most players in Massachusetts exhibited positive play traits. Most players scored high in personal responsibility and honesty and control, to a lesser extent in pre-commitment. Most players scored medium or low in gambling literacy, and that was the lowest subscale of the 4. Importantly, the study also found that playing responsibly and holding responsible gaming beliefs about gambling does not appear to decrease satisfaction with gambling. The study suggests that responsible gaming promotion initiatives have not been any type of deterrent, and in fact, may have added value to the overall player experience. Pre-commitment was also linked with satisfaction, which kind of makes sense, right? If you set the amount that you want to spend and you're willing to lose that amount, when you leave, you're less likely to have experiences of anxiety or regret about your gambling losses. One of the implications of this study was that we should focus our attention on encouraging players to use pre-commitment tools to determine ahead of time how much money they will spend before they begin gambling. Hence, our theme for this Responsible Gaming Education Month in Massachusetts. The theme for this month is Play It Smart from the Start. This was, we worked closely with our GameSense team to come up with this theme specific for Massachusetts. The GameSense team then goes out and develops a strategy for each of the casino properties. The focus is on play management tools, both at casinos as well as on sports wagering apps, with an increase and a special focus on those sports wagering apps. The GameSense team has provided special incentives for GameSense advisors who are able to increase or achieve a certain number of enrollments into the Play My Way system. There's both front of house and back of house programming to promote positive play tools such as Play My Way and other play management tools. Let's see, back of the house and table training is at each property at least one time per week and at different shifts. There's specific front of the house activities that have been coordinated with each of the properties. Special thanks, PPC has donated swag and gift cards to this effort, and a special call out to PPC for helping remodel the back office of the GameSense Information Center. It looks fantastic, so thank you very much, North and Lisa, for that. MGM has donated restaurant and gift cards, and Encore Boston Harbor used this as recruited the involvement of our GameSense team for their Feed the Funnel event, which was a goal to pack 450,000 meals for people in need across the greater Boston area. I love this month. I think it's a great opportunity to elevate the importance of responsible gaming. My one key takeaway from this, commissioners, really is that responsible gaming adds to and elevates the experience. It's good for the patron. It's good for the sustainability of this industry in the state, and overall just a good effort and area for the commission to be focusing. So thank you for the time to talk a little bit about this.
Thanks, Mark. Well done. So commissioners, if there are no questions or comments for Mark, Madam Chair, did you want to jump in?
Well, I was just going to see if anybody has any questions or comments for Director Van der Linden. Well, Commissioner Hill, thank you for wearing your GameSense shirt.
Yes, thank you.
Mark, that was really interesting, and I bet all of us would love to have that slide.
Sure.
Thanks.
Great. Well, Madam Chair and Commissioners, we'll keep the momentum going. Turn it right over to Dr. Lightbaum. Alex, if you want to jump in.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, I used my delegation of authority from 2013 to approve the move of the races for today at Plain Ridge to tomorrow due to the excessive heat. Sivo Tool had approached me yesterday and in consultation with Harness Horsemen's Association. We decided the best option was to move it to tomorrow instead of just moving it to a later post time today. And we were able to find enough staff that could make the switch to tomorrow, both on our end, on Plain Ridge's end. And I'd like to thank the Horsemen, Plain Ridge and their staff, and our staff for being so flexible. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Thank you, Dr. Latham. Questions? I think only the comment that thank you for prioritizing the health of the horse athletes, the animal athletes, and then of course all the folks who are so part of that team. Is it going to be cooler tomorrow, Alex?
It's interesting. The Boston forecast isn't much better, but the forecast for further out, west towards Plain Ridge is better.
Good.
Yep.
Questions, commissioners? Okay. We're going to be turning to a new delegation, so that will be applicable shortly. Thank you. Todd?
Yes, thank you. We'll certainly be hearing lots more from Dr. Lightbound later on, but that's all for me for right now. If there are no questions or what have you, Madam Chair, we can turn it back over to you.
Okay, all set. Well, we're turning to item number 4 on the agenda, Investigations and Enforcement Bureau, Interim Director of IEB, Heather Hall. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The IEB is here to discuss Plain Ridge Park Casino's request to amend its floor plan and the request to amend its gaming beverage license. IEB Gaming Agents Division Chief Bert Kane and Casino Regulatory Manager and Interim Sports Wagering Operations Manager Andrew Steffen are going to be presenting on these this morning. They will present on the IEB's decision with respect to the floor plan. And with respect to that particular matter, we are not seeking a vote from the Commission today on that one. We are, however, seeking a vote from the Commission on the next matter, and Licensing Division Chief Kara O'Brien will be presenting on that, which is the request to amend the gaming beverage license. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Burke and Andrew.
Thank you, Heather, and good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Let me start with a brief backdrop. PPC submitted a request to amend their approved casino floor plan. This entailed expanding the casino floor square footage and transforming the Fluties restaurant into the sports book at Plain Ridge. As you know, PPC has been operating a temporary sports book while this official space was being constructed. An approved floor plan may be amended upon request by the gaming licensee and inspection and approval by the IEB. This will bring us to our presentation, and Andrew, our Casino Regulatory Manager at PPC, will highlight the changes in this amendment to the casino floor space. He and I will then be available to answer any questions you may have. Andrew.
Thanks, Burke. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. If you don't mind, I'd like to share my screen this morning. I have a few bullet points as we go through this, as well as a visual aid of the amended area. Can you see the
We do.
PowerPoint?
Yeah. All set.
Okay. This may be helpful as we walk through this. Today, as Burke mentioned, we are presenting the Plain Ridge Park Casino floor amendment by which PPC will be expanding their gaming floor by an additional 6,425 square feet. This additional gaming space was previously occupied by Flutie Sports Pub and will now include a full-service sportsbook bar and restaurant to be known as the Sportsbook at Plain Ridge. The additional gaming space for the sportsbook will include 14 sports wagering kiosks and a full cage with 4 betting windows, including one ADA window. Also, the restaurant will provide for a total of 187 seats for bar and restaurant service. And as a result of this amended area, the total gaming space will increase from 43,800 square feet to 50,225 square feet. With the conclusion of the IEB's inspection this past week, we have verified PPC has satisfied all items required by 205 CMR 13807, Section 3A, subsections 1 through 5, which conform to the approved amendment. Additionally, we have verified the entirety of the new gaming space, including CCTV surveillance cameras cage functionality, sports wagering kiosk placement, and several other security measures that have been put in place by PPC. Lastly, PPC has provided all necessary documentation and related materials, including providing a copy of the floor plan, which is now filed with the Bureau. So upon our final inspection, the IEB has approved PPC's request for an additional 6,425 square feet of gaming space for the use of a sports book and restaurant. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this amendment.
Are there any
Madam-
questions for the, do we need the slides still, Commissioner Hill? Would that be helpful for you?
I don't think we need it.
Okay, if we could bring it down, that'd be great. Thanks, Commissioner.
So just very quickly, Andrew, where they have the sports book area now and where you take your bets now, what will become of that area?
I believe I've heard that's going to be a promotion zone. They are leaving 6 kiosks on the gaming floor, 4 still by Revolution Bar, and then 2 up near the valet where they currently are stationed. And then the other 14 will be in the permanent sports book, bringing them still to their total of 20 kiosks. But that counter may still be there for a promotion zone. That's to be determined.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Here, I would just note, we also have some folks from Plainbridge Park Casino as well here today, in case there are any questions from the commissioners for them. I know North is here, and I think perhaps some other folks as well.
Okay. Any questions for Andrew? All right. And as Heather noted, IEB is able to make this decision, so no action needed by us. All right, but you do need us, Chief O'Brien. How are you?
I'm well, Madam Chair. Thank you. So this morning, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This morning, Plainridge Park Casino has requested an amendment of its gaming beverage license for 2 reasons. One is to replace the area that was Flutie Sports Pub with the sports book at Plainridge, as well as to change their licensed area manager. The memo for this application appears on page 33 of your packet. The Division of Licensing has completed our review of the application, which includes the description of the licensed area, floor plan, and confirming that the prospective licensed area manager is properly credentialed. Additionally, Chief Kane and Casino Regulatory Manager Andrew Steffen have conducted the associated walkthrough inspection. The division recommends that the application is complete and recommends its approval. I'm happy to take any questions that the commission has.
Questions for Kara? Well, the good news is the reason why we don't have any questions is because you have prepared us so well. And excellent work, Andrew and Kara and team, with, of course, Heather's leadership. So with respect, and I guess we know that North is here. We're not putting him on the spot, but I know that we wish them luck as they open the sports book in the event that we approve this particular license request. Do I have a motion? Or any comments beforehand? Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve Plainridge Park Casino's request to amend its gaming beverage license to include the sports book at Plainridge as a licensed area, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Excellent work. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes. 5-0. Thank you. Good luck. And thank you, Andrew. We're going to see you in a little bit
I'll be back.
with your 2 hats. Okay.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
Okay. We're moving on to item number 5. And this is turning to our sports wagering division. And Director Band, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Today we have the quarterly reports for Fanatics, Betfair, and WinBet, and Crystal Beecham will be handling that. Crystal?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. How are you?
Hi, Crystal, how are you?
Good morning.
Good. I'm sorry. I just want to take a quick scope through, but I do believe Mike Levine is on to get you ready for the first presentation.
We see him.
I am Crystal. Thank you very much.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Let me know if you have any issues, but you should just be able to share and get going.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Levine. There we go.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Let's see. I want to see if you can all see my screen. Apologies.
No apologies needed.
I will remove this. 1 second. I'm sorry, Crystal. I am having an issue sharing my screen at the moment.
We can do it.
It happens. I was going to say it happens. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you would
just
mind
want to
doing that.
guide me as to when you need to change it,
Yep.
it's just going to take me a minute to grab. So
Yeah, no problem.
sorry about that.
Someone on our team could also drive it if that's easier, Crystal.
I don't mind. I just have to pull it up. I have it in the wrong format for this because I'm looking in the packet. So I'm just going to grab
I
it
can
from
resend.
my files. Okay, so all right, here we go. Oop. And sorry about the delay here, Commissioners, but
No, we're not worried at all.
okay, I have it in this, making sure it's the most recent version.
I can resend it to you, Crystal.
I got it. It's the
Okay.
9-1, right? Correct? Yes. Yeah.
Yep, that's correct.
Perfect. All right, here it is. It's weird.
Where's
That's
your
my
calendar?
calendar. It's not showing it. It's because it's in a PDF. Maybe this is the problem you were having. It's like not showing it as my screen. Let me try something different. Sorry.
Did everybody see how busy Crystal's calendar is? Just
That
duly
was
noted.
a moment for you all to feel sorry for me. No, today's was fully one item. It's lovely. One public meeting. I think I just have to quickly convert this into a PDF because it's not thinking it's my screen. So 2 seconds. That doesn't take long. I have that fancy software. Okay. Are we sharing this now?
There
okay.
we go.
The question is, can I? Okay. All right. Cool.
There we go. Awesome.
I'll do my best. I'll try.
Great. I appreciate it. I really do, Crystal. I apologize, but I had the same issue. I could not share the PDF.
All right.
Regardless, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners O'Brien, Hill, Skinner, and Maynard, and MGC staff. My name is Mike Levine, Senior Regulatory Counsel for Fanatics Betting and Gaming. It's a privilege to be before you all today to present our Q2 2023 results as they relate to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. With me today are my colleagues, Stephanie Alhouse, Human Resources Director, and Anthony D'Angelo, our Head of Responsible Gambling. we can move on. Thank you. One more slide. One more. Perfect. Thank you so much. So commissioners, this is our revenue for Q2 2023. Fanatics Betting and Gaming, which I'll refer to throughout as FBG, recently launched in the Commonwealth on May 25th, 2023. In Q2 of 2023, when we launched, we did so behind a beta gate, meaning only certain customers could use our application. And that was so we could receive meaningful feedback from real customers before we pulled that beta gate and made it available to the general public, which we did so on August 9th of 2023. So that's what this sports revenue reflects. The sports wagering revenue in Massachusetts was $266,547.51. And the sports wagering taxes remitted to the Commonwealth was $52,675.61. These numbers reflect those previously submitted to the MGC and detailed in the revenue reports available on the MGC website. Any questions there, commissioners? Great. With that said, I'm going to pass it off to our Human Resources Director, Stephanie Althouse.
Hi, good morning, everybody, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Stephanie. I am the HR Director of People Operations. So I will take you through my slides. First, I'll walk you through the decks that are here. So in Q2, out of a total headcount of around just under 600, 589, we broke it into executive, manager, and non-manager levels. So as you can see, at the executive level, we had a 38% minority and 25% who are women. At the manager level, 37% of which are minority and 32% who identify as women, 1% veteran, and then 3% Massachusetts residents. And then in the non-manager level, we had 51% in minority, 23% women, 1% veteran, and then 4% of that population Massachusetts residents. So you'll see in the bottom black there that the overall averages for minority would be around the 46%, 26% of which are women, 1% or 4 who are veterans, and 19 totaling Massachusetts residents. And then in the second box below, we do have a little bit more of a breakdown for Massachusetts residents specifically. So out of our 19, we have 8 who are both at the manager and entry level role who are identify as minority and or women. Next slide. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So Fanatics has 6 global impact pillars that guide how we deliver, measure, and communicate our ESG commitments. One of these core pillars is our all-star team, culture, and talent. This represents how we grow and retain a diverse, representative, and inclusive team. And we strive to create opportunities for our teams to innovate, engage, and learn. Fanatics as a whole has an inclusion, diversity, and equity and advocacy framework, aka IDEA, in which all business units, including FBG, participate in. IDEA helps shape our approach to culture and talent, and we aim for our employee population to reflect the communities we serve and for everyone to feel empowered to bring their full authentic selves to work each day. In 2021, Fanatics formalized 6 Fanatics Alliance networks, aka FANs, in an effort to cultivate an environment for IDEA with an emphasis on learning and development. So FANS focuses on enhancing our workplace communities as well as supporting diverse recruitment initiatives. In May of 2022, we added the 6th FAN, which is our Veterans FAN. This has a focus on supporting those employees who have served in the armed forces along with their family members. So as a whole, FANS includes Family First, Global Black Alliance, Multicultural, Pride, Women's Initiative Network, and Veterans. With those 6 FANs, we have 20% of our global workforce participating in the FAN networks. Fanatics has continued recruitment efforts and strategies with a focus on attracting a diverse range of candidates. These include participating in recruiting events such as at historically Black colleges and universities, engaging with diverse-owned professional development orgs focused on placing diverse talent in the sports industry, developing our global recruitment team to expand consideration of diverse backgrounds and experiences to reach new audiences, introducing new skills-based interviewing during the interview process, leveraging both external and internal training for the recruitment teams to create and improve diversity, inclusion, talent acquisition strategies and efforts. And then participating in networks such as Hire Our Heroes, which through hiring events and job boards connects us and provides services to service members, some fellowship program opportunities. And then locally at FBG, we've expanded upon that and more recently have placed an emphasis on sourcing candidates who are affiliated with different associations such as Lesbians in Tech and Women in Tech. We have utilized search platforms such as Power to Fly and Minorities in Sports. And within our local interview panels, we also ensure diversity in each interview panel for our current FBG team members to new potential candidates. FBG had hiring goals in the beginning of this year, where we specifically wanted to increase our racially, ethnically, or gender diverse numbers from 51.1 to 55% is our goal. And in Q2, we currently sit at 52.6. And then lastly, Fanatics sets a big emphasis on training, and a goal of ours was really just to increase training around IDEA-related courses. And in 2022, we had over 7,500 IDEA-related courses completed by our employees. With that, I will pass it off to Mike.
Great, thanks, Steph. Commissioners, did you have any questions on any of the HR topics before I proceed?
Questions, commissioners? Okay.
Okay, great. Great job, Steph. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, commissioners, yeah, thank you. Well, commissioners, as I detailed previously, the FBG brand is one of the newest entrants to the industry in the Commonwealth. FBG was established in September of 2021, and in July of 2022, we created the Vendor Management Office, which manages our supplier spend. Although we're still in the beginning stages of our procurement DEI efforts, we are committed to cultural diversity and increasing opportunities for small businesses, women and minority-owned businesses, and veteran-owned businesses. In just 12 months, we've seen our Q2 2022 minority, women, disadvantaged, and veteran-owned business enterprises spend increase from 0.016% of total spend to 1.9% in Q2 2023. This is reflected here on the slide presented before you. We go to the next slides, Crystal. Thank you so much. So here are our goals and initiatives as we presented before the commission during our licensing hearing and what we have established post. So our goal here at FBG has always been 3% diverse spend by 2025. How we are going to achieve that, how we are achieving that, and how we will surpass that goal are detailed below. So the first 3 bullet points are what are already in effect as of today. And the last 2 bullet points, we are in the process of establishing come 2024. So the first one is to ensure that all competitive bids include at least 2 vendors classified as minority, women, disadvantaged, and veteran-owned business enterprises. We've updated our RFP templates to require suppliers to provide their organization's commitment to DEI. And we've established that DEI baseline, which for us is at 3% of diverse spend by 2023, which allows us to manage key performance indicators, which will allow us to improve this metric. So come 2024, we will introduce supplier databases like Tealbook or Supplier.io, which are enterprise software companies that connect buyers and suppliers and provides the data needed to make procurement decisions, one being DEI. In addition to introducing DEI language into our vendor contract templates to ensure that vendors adhere to our policies and goals. Any questions on our vendors here at FBG, commissioners?
Commissioners, any questions?
I just have a question, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning, Mike. it's refreshing to see that some of this, much of the data that you're presenting here today on workforce and diversity are identical to what was presented during the application process. If I recall, the diversity portion of the application required some supplementation. And it is, again, refreshing to see exactly what was supplemented then is reflected in this data. Just relative to the ultimate goal, is that still to increase diverse spend to 21 million by 2027?
I don't have
I don't want to
the,
put you on the spot, and I realize that you might not have what was submitted back in January, but at some point during future quarterly reports, if you or Stephanie could come prepared to speak to that and just kind of outline what your progress will be towards that goal. You know, you talk about an increase for 2020 or by 2025 of 3%, which according to what you submitted in January represents about $2.5 million. And so that's a big jump from $2.5 million to $21 million in just 2 years. So want to, you know, just kind of gauge reality, excuse me, a little bit in terms of what your expectations are for reaching that goal.
appreciate that, Commissioner Skinner. And the next, our next commission meeting, we will come prepared with that, with those figures. I will say that, you know, we have very ambitious plans over here at FBG. And as of today, we are only live in 4 states under the FBG brand, with a handful of additional states launching before the end of the year. So we do anticipate seeing an increase in vendor spend, and such vendor spend falling within one of the MWD-VBE categories. So we are hopeful that we will meet that goal by 2027.
Thank you.
So with that said, I will pass it off to Anthony D'Angelo, our head of responsible gambling.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners and employees of the MGC. I'm Anthony D'Angelo. I'm Fanatics Betting Gaming's head of responsible gaming, and I'll take you through some of the RG metrics for Q2. On the slide in front of you, you'll see our underage report metrics. You'll notice a lot of zeros. Like Mike had alluded to earlier, our product wasn't live until May 25th, and in that we were in beta. So in April, we have obviously no data. May, we had about a week's worth of data where we had no underage reports. And then in June, we saw none. With this, it's important to note that a customer cannot get through the application or the registration cycle onto our platform unless they provide a valid birth date over 21. Now, obviously, there's other ways that customers could get around that, you know, by using a proxy or by using their parents or something like that. And if we are made aware of that, you know, those will show up on these metrics as well. But we have had none of those instances in Q2. Go to the next slide, please. We have some VSC metrics. So same deal with the first 2 months, fairly none. But in June, we did see two of our accounts had signed up for the Massachusetts VSE after creating accounts. Those suspended, they were subsequently suspended, and all communications to those customers had stopped. And then within Q2, you know, our total active users in Mass was around 3,500, just shy of that, being in beta. And you'll see the breakdowns of the tools below. Totaling 138 tool usages, about 4% of our population. We saw 0.3 were using time limits, 1.6% deposit limits, 1.2 overall spend limits, 0.7 single wager limits, and then 0.1 cooldown periods or timeouts. These numbers are reflective of not a lot of promotion of these tools and awareness prior to us launching publicly, obviously being in beta. all contact, all knowledge and awareness was either spread through our app within our responsible gaming page or from our customer service, our trained customer service or customer operations team. We did conduct research in Q2 on trying to remove the stigma around tool usage, because that is a fairly big problem in the online sports trading industry. Customers, the overall summary of that research was that customers felt RG tools are very important, but they're not necessarily for them. So while we're talking about Responsible Gaming Education Month and strategies, just to call back to Director Vanderlin's point earlier, part of our strategy, which should be coming out sometime in September later this month, will include trying to remove that stigma with plans in place. Skip to the next slide, please.
Stay on that slide for a second. Mark, if we could go back to that. I know this is an important piece of research, so the percentage of users is low, and we anticipate, unfortunately, sort of hearing data along that line. But I think it's really interesting, Anthony, that you're saying that that tools are not cool, right? And so there's a little bit of some marketing work that can be done around that. I liken it to, I'm a pretty advanced skier. And at one point, when we started wearing our helmets, it was, I'm older. It was uncool. And now it's like only unless you're really inexperienced would you ever think about skiing without a helmet. And the same as cycling, right? And so I'm hearing that there's a possibility here to say, you really want to be at that level of entertainment that Mark referenced, that with responsible gaming, it's a heightened experience as opposed to lessen your experience. Folks need to understand these are cool tools and they should use them. So I really appreciate your saying that, because I don't think I thought about that in that light, Anthony. So thank you.
Of course, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Now, industry leaders, I'm sure, will help us in that effort. Just like even in football, right? In concussion survey, everyone is thinking about health and well-being. So thank you so much.
Of course.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maynard.
I was just looking to see, Anthony, do you know what the durations were for the timeouts?
Good question.
6 days, 6 weeks?
I can get you the average number of days for the timeouts. They're anywhere between 3 and 365 days. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but for those 4 individuals, I'm happy to share that for you,
I just thought it'd be interesting to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the average I've seen, or most I've seen, have been around like 6 weeks. I haven't seen too many full year timeouts, but I'll definitely get you that data.
Thank you.
Sure.
Cool tools. All right. Commissioners, do you have any other? Okay.
So this slide is kind of like our extracurriculars. I guess public schools are back in New York, so it's a little fitting for me to use that terminology. So within the state of Mass, some of the things that we're doing outside of what's required, we have a very good relationship, I believe, with the Massachusetts Council on Gaming and Health. Prior to our launch, we did meet with the chief executives of the council to discuss what we feel is a topic within the industry that doesn't get enough love, and that is threats of harm within customer escalations. We have a unique opportunity in Massachusetts where we're provided a customer operations platform on the grounds, which is not the case in many other states. So we feel like we have to leverage, or we should leverage, GameSense as best as we can and the resources within the state. So the output of that conversation was talking about just procedures on how we would handle threats within the Commonwealth, resources available in the states or in the state, and all that, which was a great meeting. With that and kind of the T into GameSense, prior to our launch as well, we hosted a training with the GameSense advisors, myself and I forget the gentleman's name, but one of the folks on our trading team offered a sportsbook 101 kind of class, and then RG 101 for the game sense advisors to advise customers within the Commonwealth on sports wagering as a whole, and the risks associated with certain products and wager types, as well as customers who have questions on FBG's app specifically, where they can find resources, what tools might benefit them, where they could self-exclude if they have to, or if they feel they need to. And we had that prior to launch. And then we are looking to stand up, or in the process of standing up, a quarterly check-in with the game sense advisors. We're kind of nailing down a date right now. But essentially, the idea of that conversation quarterly is for our customer operations teams and the game sense advisors who are on the ground to almost share notes, right? Let's identify trends within the Commonwealth. Let's identify things we want to make sure that our team is trained on. We also want the game sense advisors to get trained on things we're seeing. So as best as we can be proactive in the sense within the resources that Massachusetts provides us. We're definitely trying to be. And then lastly, just from the NCPG, we sent 3 folks who were platinum members of the NCPG. That was one of our main goals before we even took a bet. We were platinum members of the NCPG, and we sent 3 of our members, myself and 2 senior leaders on the operations team, so they could hear it, from folks on the treatment side, from folks who work in these important organizations throughout the country, and get some insights. So, any questions on that, commissioners?
Commissioners, all set? Excellent work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Anthony. Really good work you're doing over there on the responsible gambling side of the business. Commissioners, the last couple of slides have to deal with the lottery and our charitable efforts here at Fanatics. We'll talk about the lottery first. We've had multiple discussions with Executive Director Bracken and his team at the Mass Lottery. We're working on establishing a partnership through various projects in the near future. We've had some very, very meaningful discussions, and we're hopeful, in the next few quarters, we'll be able to present you with more definitive work. Any questions on the lottery? Okay, great. Well, to close out our presentation, I'm honored to detail the charitable work here at Fanatics as a whole. First off, I'll talk about the impact that we just recently had in Massachusetts in Q2, and then what Fanatics Holdings, which is our ultimate parent company, has done in the charitable space. So I'll talk about Massachusetts first. So on June 27th, 2023, Fanatics hosted Merch Madness in Massachusetts, which was held at Socios Fieldhouse at Gillette Stadium. Merch Madness is one of our holding company's preeminent charitable events of the year. It's part of Fanatics' annual Global Volunteer Day, in which our company pauses operations, allowing employees to volunteer and give back in their local communities. The event in Massachusetts was held for invited guests from the local Boys and Girls Club, and joining Fanatics, in addition to Fanatics executives, were Patriots owner Robert Kraft, Patriots veterans, the entire Patriots rookie class, Boston Celtics players, and various other members of the community. The attendees took part in football drills and were gifted with merchandise items, including jerseys, hats, jackets, hoodies, and t-shirts. On the slide reflects the amount of units of merchandise that were donated, which was over 6,500, with an estimated original retail value of over $325,000. If you want to see more pictures of the event, you can find it on the Fanatics website, in addition to the Patriots website. It was a great event and well attended.
Questions for Mr. Levine, commissioners? Commissioner Hill, any questions on that one?
No questions, but I would love to have been there.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
We'll send you an invite. And then we'll close it out with the charitable work that Fanatics Holdings Inc., which is our parent company, engages in. So I'm gonna call out two of the areas which are very near and dear to our chairman's heart. First is the Reform Alliance. The Reform Alliance is a nonprofit dedicated to probation, parole, and sentencing reform in the United States, and was founded, as I alluded to, by our chairman, Mr. Michael Rubin, in addition to Patriots owner Robert Kraft and various other influential individuals here in the United States. In addition to that, the Fanatics brand created the All In Challenge with a couple of other brands within the sports industry, which is a chance to win a once in a lifetime fan experience. So whether that's attending the Super Bowl, meeting your favorite athlete, playing your favorite golf course with Tiger Woods, it's the ability for someone to win that type of experience, with all of the proceeds going to alleviate food insecurity. With the All In Challenge, we've raised over $59 million. So with that said, commissioners, that's the end of our presentation. It was a privilege presenting in front of you. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them now.
Commissioners.
I have one question.
Commissioner,
Can you just elaborate a little bit on your partnership with Make-A-Wish, if you could? Is that
Yes.
a financial donation, or do you have folks that actually make a wish with something with Fanatics?
Yeah, so I don't have specifics, but similar to the All In Challenge, the Fanatics global brand has many connections with athletes, teams, and sports venues, which allow us to grant individuals within the Make-A-Wish Foundation with experiences of a lifetime.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
good slide. Anything else, Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Maynard?
I don't have a question, Madam Chair, but just a comment. Excellent report overall, very pleased with it. And I think that it's representative of real leadership in this space. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. We greatly appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. We'll turn to Manager Boschman again. Thank you so much.
Okay. Phew, haven't had to navigate a screen in a while. It's a challenge.
You did a good job.
Okay, so moving to our next report, I've seen Corey Fox is on. Corey, if you want to take the lead for Fansel. Oh, I think we can't hear you. There is a little arrow next to your mute button, and you just may have to select a different microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Love that.
I have the correct microphone. Good morning. Thank you, Crystal. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and fellow commissioners. We are pleased to be here to present to you. I'll go ahead and share my screen for our presentation, though that may be the most challenging part today. See how we do. One second.
I think we have Keita and Jill in the one screen. Hi, good morning.
Okay, let me try one more time.
I can see it on my screen, just in case you need to know that.
Perfect. I was just about to ask that question. Is it full screen now for you?
You know, it was
No.
heavy in that direction and then it shifted. I don't know how you describe it. There, that's closer.
Hold on one second.
Not sure what format that is. There we go.
There we go. Okay. So good morning. I'm Corey Fox, Vice President for Product and New Market Compliance. Nice to see everybody again. I have with me Keita Young, our Senior Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and Jill Watkins, our new Senior Director of Responsible Gaming Strategy and Operations. We're going to run through our revenue, and then we'll spend a few minutes on diversity, equity, and inclusion, some compliance and responsible gaming matters, our charitable impact within the community, as well as our conversations with the lottery. So here you see essentially our tax returns from the first several months of operation in the Commonwealth. The variation goes along with the sports schedule, obviously the slowest months coming over the summer. We're excited. Today is obviously the NFL kickoff. We're excited to introduce ourselves to even more Massachusetts residents, those who have been waiting for the start of football season to place their wagers. So we're excited for today and for the next several weeks when we'll have a good opportunity to acquire more users and have them select their favorite sports wagering app. With that, I will hand it over to Keita Young to talk to you about our efforts in DE&I.
Good morning. I'm so pleased to be here again. I think when I first came before the commission, I had been at FanDuel for just a couple of months. And I'm proud to say that this month I'm celebrating my 1 year as head of diversity, equity, and inclusion at FanDuel. And I'm still excited about my job, this company, and mainly the work that we're doing in the DE&I space. As I shared in January, I was hired to develop a framework and strategy around DE&I. The company's commitment is real and intentional and is investing in our DE&I efforts. I'm proud to share today that I recently just hired a DE&I program manager to assist me in the implementation of our strategy. So our strategy involves attracting, hiring, retaining, and developing our diverse workforce. We're proud to report that a lot of work has been done, but we recognize that we're on a long runway and we are just at the beginning. So what I'd like to highlight for you today, some of our DE&I efforts and initiatives. In the attracting and hiring space, our team is working very closely with our talent acquisition team to establish a process around diversifying the pool of applicants that are considered for open roles. It's really FanDuel's aim to bring around positive change to increase the racial, ethnic, and gender diversity representation, particularly at the leadership levels throughout FanDuel. We believe you cannot hire who you do not see. So our efforts are now intentional in bringing forth those candidates with different backgrounds, experiences, races, and gender classifications in an effort to diversify the workforce. Our outreach has expanded in where we also seek talent, in particular diverse talent. We are taking efforts to be more visible and partnering with organizations that help us build a diverse pipeline. For example, we're partnering with the United Negro College Fund to provide emergency aid to college students. And this summer, we're proud to say that we had a UNCF scholar from an HBCU join us in our summer program, which exposed her to a new career opportunity. We have expanded our recruiting efforts to include diverse recruiting, networking events in an effort to attract more talent, diverse talent in the retaining and developing area. Knowing that addressing representation is not enough, FanDuel recognizes that representation must be underpinned in other aspects of the diversity strategy that focus on equity and inclusion. FanDuel continues to make great strides in the equity and inclusion space. For example, this year, we curated and established a women's leadership development program with two components. one for senior leaders and one for emerging leaders. While a lot of our efforts initially focused on our female employee population, our efforts have expanded beyond gender. And we are now proud to announce that we're partnering with the McKinsey & Company in their Black Leadership Academy. Approximately 40 Black employees, FanDuel employees, will be a part of their leadership development program. And we're hoping to expand the partnership next year to participate in the Asian Leadership Academy. In addition, we recognize the lack of representation in the technology space. FanDuel hosted this year our first inaugural Black Technology Summit, which we called Bet on Black. With respect to our community and culture, we believe and support and invest in our resource and interest groups. That's something that we take very seriously. We have 4 official established employee resource groups: WIN for our female employees, BOLD for our Black employees, SPEAK for our Asian and Pacific Islander employees, and Outfield for our LGBTQIA+ employees. Due to the success and the investment in these ERGs, we have now 3 very strong interest groups, which are on the path to becoming ERGs, which focus on the veterans military community, the Latino community, and the neurodiversity disability community. Our ERGs and interest groups serve as a critical pillar of FanDuel to support and amplify our diverse communities. In addition to all of that work, we are also investing in DE&I training and education that brings DE&I to the forefront and assist us in this journey. I'd like to move to the next page, our workforce. So when we look, oh, I'm sorry, do we have any questions?
Any questions, commissioners? I have a quick one. First off, the 4 interest groups, Keita, I got veterans, Latino, disability community. What was the 4th one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I did. It is 4 actually, and I didn't talk about it. We have an interest group in our UK location called FAME. What we heard from that population is a lot of our efforts, they thought were focusing on our US population. So they started their own group and it's called FAME UK. That's our 4th interest group.
And I think it's interesting that you say that they're evolving into ERG. So what's your standard? How do you get into the big club?
So when we talk about formal ERGs, those are organizations or groups that have executive sponsorship, budget, and a actual charter and framework around them. And they are now in the process of establishing all of that. And then in January of this year, they will be official ERGs. But right now, we wanted them to understand what was necessary to become an ERG and get the support of the organization. And so now they're actually partnering and working with our current ERGs to understand what is actually required and what we'd like to see from an ERG in this community.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I'll move on to our workforce numbers. So what we'd like to show in this slide is where we are, where we break out from our minority population, and our gender population. So right now you can see with our minority population, we are roughly about 36%. With our women population, we're at 29%. For the Massachusetts residents, we are about 0.65. I think we're at 20 employees. I think last time I reported we were at 19. And this just essentially just gives us, with our veterans numbers, we actually are going to be doing this year a self-ID campaign so we can identify all of those who associate with this veteran population. But like I said, we have a veterans interest group and we have about 80 members that are involved with that interest group. Are there any more questions on this slide?
All set.
All right, I'll go on to the next slide, our vendor supplier diversity slide. So FanDuel earlier this year committed to developing and executing on a plan which involved identifying and engaging minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned businesses in support of our external diversity efforts. We've outlined for you a comprehensive plan with phases, which would include several steps. What we've learned along the way is that we really need a dedicated resource to this, and we have invested in a partnership with a dedicated resource between DE&I and the procurement team. As outlined in the slides, here are our steps that we plan to instill. We are identifying and determining which vendors qualify as business owned by minorities, women, and veterans. We're in that process right now. And then after that, we're going to actively promote business opportunities that are available within FanDuel through information sessions. We're going to participate in vendor fairs and other events. We're going to establish a process which allows business owned by minorities, women, and veterans to register with FanDuel as a preferred vendor. We're going to provide training to our procurement department and our key purchasing business units on our diversity strategy and goals within this area. And then our last, step is that we're going to review our vendor agreements to include a provision that requires vendors doing business with FanDuel to utilize diverse suppliers in connection with providing services to FanDuel. I think that's all I have. If we have any more questions regarding that, I'd be willing to answer them at this point.
Commissioners, questions?
I do have a question. If we could go back to the previous slide, just concentrating on the veterans data, do you have any insight as to what your barrier is for obtaining that? Is it just that you're relying on self-disclosure and folks just aren't willing to share that information? What seems to be the issue there?
So, I think it's on our part to really reach out and have people self-disclose. We actually haven't done that. We're in the process now of doing a self-disclosure plan where we're going to roll out, and that's when individuals will be able to identify. Right now, we're not tracking that information, and we have to just get it.
Okay. And on the vendor supplier diversity, have you engaged any outside consultants? I know you mentioned a partnership between your HR and procurement departments, but what about any external support? Is that something that you're considering or have engaged?
That's definitely something that we are considering. We haven't done that yet. Like I said, we realized that, I think that we were spread a little bit too thin in terms of our efforts, and we realized that we needed a dedicated person to rely on this. And we actually have someone that's going to be doing that, and they certainly will be relying and reaching out to external help to really help us formulate a robust program that's effective for us and our vendors.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Look forward to seeing the progress there.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Jill Watkins. As Corey mentioned, I'm the new Senior Director of Responsible Gaming here at FanDuel, which I am very, very excited about. I have worked in Flutter Entertainment for the last 8 years across the UK, Ireland, our international group in Europe, and for the last 3.5 years in the US, based out of New York. My roles previous to this were largely quite business centric, and I worked in our commercial function across various roles, across promotions, building budgets, P&L, and more recently actually in focusing on our new state launches and coming up with our plans in order to launch them. So myself and Corey in a different life worked very closely together in order to get states like Massachusetts live a couple of months ago. I'm very, very excited about the transition, having worked in the industry for just gone 8 years. It's something I've seen firsthand what happens when companies do this really well and when companies fail in this area. So I'm very passionate about the role that I can play in FanDuel's future in responsible gaming. And I feel very excited about some of the initiatives that we are going to be taking on in the next couple of months. To kind of kick off our first piece on this, we're just going to comment quickly on our minors and underage report. So since we went live in March, we're happy to report that we have had no minors or underage active on our site. So good news for us there. And if we were to move on to the next slide, Corey, please, we're going to focus a little bit more on our responsible gaming numbers. So when we report back up on how many people have joined the VSE list voluntarily, we've had 75 users in Massachusetts. Additional to that, we've had 51 users who initiated on the FanDuel side a closure of their account for responsible gaming reasons. And these are a mix of temporary closures, so timeouts, and a mix of exclusions that will be permanent. And the split of them is 34 to permanent and 17 to temporary. As I mentioned, I've recently joined the team. I'm not the only new addition to the team. In recent months, FanDuel has made some other changes internally to really strengthen our commitment to responsible gaming over the coming months and years. And this has also included the hiring of Alison Cutler to be our new Vice President of Sustainability and Responsible Gaming. Alison is responsible for our policies, product, commercial, operations, advocacy, effectively anything that touches the responsible gaming space. And she joins us from a consulting and a political background and has hit the ground running so far. She's currently in week 6 and I'm currently in week 3. So we're very much still getting up to speed, but both very excited and motivated by the prospects ahead of us. Do we have any questions on those 2 slides just before we jump into our community impact?
Questions, commissioners? I feel
okay, super.
I just wonder if commissioners, if you want any insight on these FanDuel closures, the permanent and temporary. I might be the only one who needs a little bit of education on that.
Yeah, I can touch on them very quickly. So our permanent closures are when either we do an investigation, a case has been flagged to us, or a user has exhibited behavior that we think, errs on the side of being unusual for the player. And we would then initiate a review of that customer to understand what their play has been, what their interactions have been with our support staff, and different parts of the business. And then if we deem that maybe something doesn't look right, we often try and reach out to that customer. Sometimes we don't always hear back. So then it becomes a bit of a judgment call around where we feel their behavior is at and if it warrants them being excluded. Another reason why someone could be permanently excluded, that's initiated on the FanDuel side, would be if they contact RCS and explicitly say, can you close my account? Oftentimes people come to us first and then maybe subsequently join the state exclusion list. So a lot of time people will maybe recognize that they are struggling to play responsibly, and they will opt for us to exclude them from FanDuel specifically first. And then for the temporary ones as well, they're often used for users who are maybe going through a period where they're unsure of if they're managing their play correctly, and they can opt for a timeout, which is effectively, closes their account for a period of time, and then that time lapses and their account is then reopened. We are very cognizant of not contacting people during that timeout or letting them know specifically, your timeout has lapsed, come back on. We were very clear on if the user decides to come back, that's their own choice. But it's kind of 2 mechanics there for users to be able to manage their play if they feel like they're not comfortable with it.
Thank you.
No problem. So then I'm going to move on and touch on our community impact if there's no more questions on this. And as I'm going to talk about, we remain very committed to setting a standard around what it means to be a responsible operator and how we can contribute positively to all the communities that we are in. We have 3 different buckets of what we do. Some of them you would have heard previously when we presented. We would have mentioned before in our responsible gaming section around our contributions and support to the ICRG, which does really fundamental research on the younger segments of the population in the US specifically. And we have found as an operator that it is hard to get research on responsible gaming generally, and even more difficult to get it on the younger population and understand what it means to them and the impacts it could be having. So our donations to the ICRG helps us just fundamentally understand better that cohort of the population. Meanwhile, our contributions to the NCPG help fund their Agility Grant Programme, and that's effectively helping communities and organizations across the country with preventative programs for responsible gaming. So trying to help to isolate those behaviors I touched on earlier and provide people with tools who come to them. And they're both things that we try and talk about and promote in our media and when we discuss better responsible gaming efforts, so people are aware of these programs and that they're available to them. Then to touch on Massachusetts specifically initiatives, I'm very, very happy to be able to talk about our Operation Hope donation. This is something that is a very new announcement. It hasn't been fully publicly announced yet. So this is the first time we're talking about it in a more public forum. And it's going to be a partnership with Operation Hope, and we'll start with a 2-year commitment. Operation Hope is a nonprofit organization focused on making free enterprise and capitalism work for underserved areas of the population. We're going to be giving $1 million donation to support financial literacy, specifically in Massachusetts. And this is going to be helped by a subsection of Operation Hope called their Hope Inside initiative. And Hope Inside basically serves millions of individuals throughout the country to try and increase their financial literacy and help them understand better where their money is going, budget better, and just have more freedom and control at the same time of where their funding is going. The program is going to launch in Q4 of this year, and we're hoping to announce it soon more publicly and really kind of get media behind it, get people knowing that this is there for them to use, and to let some of our customers know in Massachusetts as well about it. And we're just very happy that we're finally able to do this. It's something, our partnership with Operation Hope has been in the pipeline for a while, and for us to be able to put it live and to share it with you guys that it's going live in Massachusetts with $1 million donation is very exciting to us. The last thing I'll touch on is just around our other community support that we do in FanDuel. So across all the states we're live in, we really try and leverage a lot of local charities to just showcase that we're present in a state and that it means a lot to us that we're building like positive links in with the community. So this is just an example of a couple of the charities that we're currently working with across the US, and all of them we've kind of ongoing relationships with, and our investment and what they do varies depending on the organization and their focus area, but we're excited about them all. Any questions on any of that?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
Just a clarification. Did I hear you say it was a 2-year partnership with
It's going to
Operation
start
Hope?
as a 2-year. Yes, correct. So it's going to start as a 2-year commitment, and then we will review and see where we go from there in terms of length of time and investment.
So is that $1 million a year, or is it half and half?
It's starting as $1 million in full, and then we review as they hit the $1 million.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Very nice donation.
We're very
Program.
excited about it. Thank you.
Great idea. Okay.
And then, thank you, Jill. Thank you, Kita. So, and then last, we just wanted to mention, we have had a very successful meeting with the lottery about potential business opportunities and ways that we can work together with them. And we look forward to continuing those discussions. With that, we're happy to take any questions on that or anything else. But with that, we have concluded our presentation.
Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So is there any way that you can give us or elaborate on the conversations that you've had with the Mass Lottery? What I've heard is a lot of conversations taking place, but I really haven't seen a lot of action taking place. So is there anything you can share with us publicly?
You know, I'd say we had our most senior business development executives on the call. We have had a number of ideas that we discussed during our January licensing meeting about how we can work successfully alongside lotteries in order to promote both businesses. And we ran through those ideas. They seemed interested and engaged, and we continue to discuss that. But beyond that, they're sort of business discussions.
Okay. As you know, this was an important issue for the entire commission, and I just want to ensure that it doesn't get lost in the weeds, as businesses are coming here and doing business here. That's all.
Very much understood.
Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Corey, I am really struck by the 0 underage with the size of FanDuel. What do you think that's attributable to? Is it a know your customer? It's something you're doing. I'm trying to figure it out. It's actually remarkable.
Yeah, sure. So I think that at this point in the sort of development of the online gaming world, the KYC approaches that we all use have gotten pretty good in terms of determining exactly who the individual is who is attempting to register for an account, ensuring that they are of age. I also think, it is known that if you want to use a legal regulated sports wagering app, you need to be over 21. I worry about the illegal market in this respect. I think if you're underage, it's much more likely that you would go to an illegal or unregulated app rather than one of the regulated apps. But over time, I'm sure there will be cases that we do identify. When we do identify them, they can often come up through our customer service, where they attempt to contact customer service, and we're able to either identify ourselves that they're underage, or they out themselves. And over time, in future quarterly reports, unfortunately, there may well be some.
And to that point, so if there was a situation where a parent called customer service and said, "Hey, my kid grabbed my app, did this, did that," that would be reflected in this report?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's kind of an A+ report, huh, Commissioner Maynard? And if they did report, a parent did report, it's the practice to shut them down the whole account, or what if the parents not report, what do you do?
We would shut down the account. That's correct.
Yeah.
At least until we could be absolutely certain that it was only the parent who was operating the account, if it was in the parent's name.
Okay. Excellent. Commissioner O'Brien, any questions? All set? All right. Commissioner Skinner, all set? All right. Commissioner Hill? All right. Thank you. Mr. Putz, Corey, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
And continued good luck to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to WinBet, right? Crystal, Manager Bushman?
Absolutely. We have Jennifer Roberts from WinBet to present the third and final report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, staff. Thank you for allowing us to present our report today. Wanted to make sure you can see my screen. So I'm Jennifer Roberts, Vice President and General Counsel of WinBet. And again, I want to thank the Commission for allowing us to reschedule our presentation to today. The presentation will focus on our operations during Q2 2023. And while WinBet is undergoing some transition currently, I want to emphasize the commitment of Wynn Resorts to continue retail and mobile sports wagering within the Commonwealth. So I'm also joined by Jackie Crum, Senior Vice President and General Counsel of Encore Boston Harbor. She's here in case there's any questions relating to the property. Okay, so our revenue, you will see, obviously, is increased to Q2. The publicly reported information is provided here, and so you have had a snapshot of what our activities have been in the Commonwealth. Moving on to workforce diversity. For all employees of WSI US LLC, which is our WinBet entity, we've maintained a strong workforce diversity representation over both Q1 and Q2, with over half representing diverse groups. And you will see something that I'm proud of is that at the executive level, we have 78% represented by women. And so you'll see that there some modification into Q2, but still a strong representation here of women at the executive level, which means director and above. So happy to answer any questions on that.
Questions for Councillor Roberts?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. If you can just go back a couple of slides and just give us a couple of seconds to take a quick gander at it.
Of course, I didn't want to go, I did go too fast. So we did provide Q1 information to allow a comparison. And so during Q1, we had, we labeled gender and minority representation among our employees. And you'll see the figures here for all WinBet employees.
Okay.
And then you'll see broken down by kind of line level, the front customer facing employees to manager, and then executive level, and which is a director and above, the representation there. And that's Q1.
Yep.
So when you compare that to Q2, still pretty similar representation for gender and diverse workforce, as well as 75% women at the executive level and above, but over half of the workforce is comes from a diverse background.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going too fast. So what we have emphasized here is that you can see that our initiatives, our goals and plans have been represented within our numbers. So we remain committed and have had consistent percentages of representation, and that can also be attributed to the low turnover that had occurred during those 2 quarters. And in ways, the reason we have a good representation in numbers is we have a lot of areas of focus where we encourage hiring diverse talent within all levels of the company, using job board targets, and encouraging, once they are hired, encouraging ongoing growth and development of our employees so that they can advance into the company. So we've had programs called WinBet Academy, which provides leadership training, skills training, and we've even had internal kind of training and mentoring programs. For example, in my own department, we had a member from the customer service team that became part of the compliance team through some skills training and improvement and growth commitments within the company. And when it comes to vendors, we do have, we are committed to identifying diverse vendors. Currently, our vendor identification is voluntary, but we have worked to identify vendors in the Commonwealth that come from diverse backgrounds. And so this slide is a little kind of represents a figure like where you see the WBE in particular, like 93% to 0. What that means is the actual funding for the vendor relationship was paid in Q1, but these services extend to Q2. So the numbers may look a little skewed, and that's explained on this slide. But we have again worked hard to identify diverse vendors and continue to remain dedicated to contracting with diverse vendors, as well as having a discretionary spend be distributed amongst diverse vendors.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Hi, I noticed that you're focusing on Massachusetts spend. And
Correct.
I realize that WinBet is in the process of reducing its footprint in certain jurisdictions. And so hoping for next time you could give us a bigger picture in terms of overall what the diverse spend is. And does that make sense?
Yes.
You understand what I'm
Yes.
asking? Okay, good.
Because this has been carved out for Massachusetts, so we can give you a bigger picture of all diversity spend. Mhm.
Yeah, definitely still interested in Massachusetts, of course, but also looking to get sort of a comparison, I guess.
Of course, happy to provide that. Thank you, Commissioner. So moving along to compliance, like our colleagues in this space, we have not had any minors or underage access to our accounts. Again, this is primarily the reason is that they have to input a date of birth as well as go through like a KYC identification process before an account can even be created. So we have had 0 attempts or have found any registration of minors accessing or attempting to access WinBet. And that also we have just submitted our report that for last month, we also have had 0 numbers of minors to attempt to access WinBet. So moving along to responsible gaming, WinBet does comply with the voluntary self-exclusion program offered in Massachusetts, and also offers through its site and app its own exclusion program where patrons can exclude themselves for a period of time, and we honor that voluntary self-exclusion. We also offer other tools like the other operators have identified, things like time limits, betting limits, deposit limits, and cool-off periods. So those continue to be offered to patrons, and we've had a healthy success on maintaining the BSE enrollments. So when it comes to lottery, although WinBet does not directly participate in the sale of lottery products, we do work with our affiliate Encore Boston Harbor, who does participate in the sale of lottery products on property. So we continue to rely on the relationship of our affiliate company and Encore Boston Harbor to ensure that Massachusetts state lottery sales are not negatively impacted by sports wagering within the Commonwealth. And finally, on community outreach, our WinBet employees are invited to participate and have participated in many community level engagements offered throughout the Wynn Resorts family. We've had many employees participate with donation programs, as well as programs like Feed the Funnel, excuse me, Feed the Funnel, which is packing meals for local charities. We have a UNLV Boyd School of Law pre-law fellowship program that comes to visit our site every year. We're active, many of our employees are active in the Global Gaming Women organization, and we have a sponsored school classroom volunteering. And as well as Encore Boston Harbor also has several volunteer programs that the employees participate in and that we always encourage through our measures within WinBet. So that really concludes our presentation of the quarterly report. And again, I appreciate the commission's willingness to allow us to postpone the presentation until today.
We were happy to do that, Jennifer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions for Jennifer, commissioners? Maybe if we bring down the slide, we can just check. Can see everybody again.
Yep, let me stop. the
Thank
share.
you.
All right, just
Great. Any questions for?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
Very good report, Jennifer, and I appreciate you coming before us. The only red flag I saw, and it's a minor one, but one that we care about deeply, was the lottery. And I understand the physical property has a relationship with the lottery, but we really do expect that our online folks would be reaching out to the lottery as well and see if there is any partnership that you can have with them. And then we're very, very new into this. And I'm not sure that the lottery knows exactly what they need to partner. But I would hope that maybe before you come before us next time, that a conversation between you and our state lottery director, Mark Bracken, could take place.
great. So noted, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for WinBet? And we appreciate Jackie Crum being here as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you in another quarter, Jennifer. Thanks so much. Commissioners, it is just about 11:15 and we've started at 9. Before turning to our racing item, does it make sense to have a bit of a break? Commissioner Bryan, what if we come back like 5:11 or something, 10-minute break? Okay. I think I'm seeing all nods. Yes. We'll reconvene in just before 11. Thank you so much, everyone.
I think I'm on, Alice. Okay, so I'm just, I guess I think I'm on.
Hi, Mr. McHugh. How you doing? It's Paul Umbrello. You're on mute.
Oh, okay. Tell Paul Umbrella I said hi. Hi, Paul Umbrella. Oh, he's muted. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul. How are you? It's Alice.
Hey guys, just as a heads up, we are still live streaming, even though we have the sign up that says we'll be resuming shortly as an FYI.
Thank you very much.
There's a stupid. Trying to find the volume.
Okay, Dave.
All set.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, this is a meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We just took a short break, having started at 9 this morning, and we'll do our roll call. Good morning again, Commissioner Bryan.
Good morning, I'm here.
Commissioner Hill, good morning again.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning again, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
And Commissioner Maynard, good morning again.
Good morning.
All right, and it's just 11 o'clock. So we're going to turn to item number 6. I want to thank those who will be presenting today. I know, Dr. Lycon, you have your guests in order, and I'll turn it right over to you, Dr. Lycon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it'll be helpful if I give an overview of the statutes and a little bit of the history. And then, as you mentioned, we have several guests today to talk. Alice Kisbert, Managing Director, and Bob McHugh, President of the Harness Association of New England. Paul Umbrello, the Executive Director of the New England HBPA. Mindy Coleman, Counsel for the Jockey Guild. Abid Tabasa, jockey, and Edwin Molinari, jockey. So I'll begin with the item we have today.
Dr. Lycon, could I just ask for people to mute while you're speaking, just for background noise, please? Thanks.
Thank you. So the item today is determine how much shall be paid annually by the Horsemen's Association, horsemen's organizations to the jockey or driver organizations for health, life, or other benefits to active and disabled jockeys. That is by statute. It's from 23K, Section 60C. The Chapter 23K, Section 60 establishes the Racehorse Development Fund. Not to go into too much detail on it, but it does give some background for what we're doing today. That fund establishes money to go to the different groups, as the commission has discussed before. The first thing it does is split it between the two breeds, the two racing breeds, the thoroughbreds and standardbreds. There's a horse racing committee that is in charge of doing this. There's a representative of the governor, the treasurer, the Mass Gaming Commission, the HBPA, and HHANE on that committee. The governor or their representative is the chair of that committee. They submit their recommendation to the MGC, and the MGC can either accept it or not. The MGC can't change it. They can only send it back to the committee. So over the years, this committee's met multiple times, and over the years, the split has been changed due to the changing conditions of the two different industries. The last time that committee met was in March of 2021, and the commission approved their recommendation on April of 2021. And that split established a 50-50 split of the health and welfare benefit money, basically the 4%, which is what we're talking about today. Let's see. In 2021, the commission also had some discussions about a separate statute, the 128A, the racing statute, has Section 5, which includes $65,000 going to the jockeys. And with the end of Suffolk Racing, there was discussion about if this money could still go out or not. That worked with Mindy Coleman with the Jockeys Guild.
Take him back. I can't shut the volume up. Son of a bitch.
Bob, I think you need to mute yourself.
Yep. Perfect.
There
Thank
we
you.
go. Thank you. After discussions and all, the commission decided they could still give money out because there's still simulcast money coming in. And so that money has gone out on a regular basis. Again, that money, it's a little different from the Racehorse Development Fund money. That money, by statute, by law, goes to active, retired, or disabled jockeys. And there really wasn't a way to say that there were active jockeys at a facility in Massachusetts once Suffolk Downs ceased racing. So now it goes to retired and disabled. The 23K, Section 60, which is what we're talking about today, goes to, by law, to active and disabled. And again, there's not really a way to give it to active jockeys in Massachusetts now, since there is no racing. So it's just the disabled that we're looking at for that. So again, in 2021, both the Horse Racing Committee, the Gaming Commission to approve their split, and then approval of the 128A money. And then the commission asked for public comments regarding the 23K money. So we got the comments. They were part of the packet for the commission meeting that we had in September of 2021. And at that point, the commissioners voted to direct the Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association to give to the Jockeys Guild, which is the representative group, $1,000 for each of the 4 disabled jockeys, for a total of $4,000. And on the harness side, after looking at their program, where the drivers are included in benefits, the commission decided that they did not need to give an extra amount out of that money specifically to the drivers because they were already covered under that. So that brings us a little bit up to date on that. Again, and the Harness Horsemen's Association will speak today, but they have various benefits. In the harness industry, it's set up a little different from the thoroughbred industry in general. So again, their drivers are part of their Horsemen's Association. Going on to the HBPA, their organization does not include jockeys. They're in the thoroughbred industry, it typically doesn't. The jockeys have a national organization, the Jockey Guild, and there is not a similar organization on the harness side for harness drivers. So there really isn't a organization of standardbred drivers to give money to under the Section 60 payments, even if the commission decided they wanted to, but they are included in the benefits of the HHANE anyway. Let's see here. Thinking this is the actual item sounds fairly simple, determining how much of the money of the 4% should go to the jockeys and the drivers. However, as you see, there's a number of statutes that come into play, and it's helpful to keep in mind all of these things, all these moving parts at once. Also, I want to make it clear that I understand, and I know the commission has in the past, that there's a great need for these funds, and that everybody who qualifies for these funds, these funds are valuable for them, and we recognize that, and we wish there was more money that could go around. Obviously, if you move money from one group to another, it's decreasing the money that's available for the other. So I talked a little bit about the coverage on the standardbred side. On the thoroughbred side, Paul Umbrillo, the executive director for the NEHBPA, is here today to speak. He says that they're currently paying out more in benefits than they're receiving from the Racehorse Development Fund. And then we do have Mindy Coleman from the Jockeys Guild to speak, and the two jockeys, Edwin Molinari and Abed Kabasa. A few options have been discussed. The commission can determine a dollar amount to go to the guild to disperse to the 4 jockeys who would qualify as disabled. Another option is when the racehorse committee meets again, to perhaps give a small increase to the HBPA that would be targeted towards the jockeys. Ideally, in 2021, it was kind of like the ideal situation where the racehorse committee met, determined the split, and then the commission was able to meet after that to determine what percentage should go to jockeys and drivers. The committee did not meet last year, and so there was a little bit of a concern about, was that amount going to be changing, and would that affect what the commission would want to do as far as the 4% goes. The committee has not met again this year, and I feel that we can't really wait for that committee to meet. The commission needs to go ahead and determine amount. If for some reason the horse racing committee met, next month and changed the percentage that was going to the horsemen's groups, they could perhaps, bring up what happened and what transpired in this meeting as to how they felt their percentages should be affected. Does any of I know that was kind of a quick overview of a very complex issue. I don't know if any of the commissioners have questions for me.
Madam Chair? You're on mute.
I am. Commissioner Hill, yes, please.
So is there an explanation of why the committee has not met in 2 years?
No,
I
go
can,
ahead.
let me jump in. Commissioner Hill, I think that probably the explanation is a little bit complicated, but of course we do have members, but our chair has, that's the governor's appointment, has gone off, if I understand correctly, Dr. Lightbound. He resigned, and that appointment, I believe, is outstanding. We also were quite involved in sports wagering, and I don't think you've had necessarily the opportunity, but you do sit on that. You're my designee on that committee. So we should be working. I think one of the reasons why we didn't convene is because this considerable work was done. And then we also had, at the same time, there was some change in the composition. We had an applicant for thoroughbred racing last year, and that landscape continues to be open. But I think probably we should convene a meeting, and I think we can work with the governor's office to get that chair designated. Commissioner Maynard, you know more about that process than anybody here. So, but I know that you were very helpful when the last chair, because I did reach out to the governor's office last time, and that chair was appointed. So I think today the fact is that we have the split that is represented in that very thorough decision making in 2021. Commissioner Cameron sat in on that, Commissioner Hill. Very active committee. And now, as Dr. Lightbound points out, there's not a requirement to meet at a particular time, but I'm hearing that perhaps we need to get the committee engaged again. With that said,
Thank you for that explanation. And if there's anything I can do to,
I think we can definitely, we'll definitely we can work together. I think it's probably just a transition issue. Okay.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. So Dr. Lightbound, it's 50-50, and nothing has changed in terms of horse racing since that was established.
Correct.
In terms of, yeah. So that's the important fact, that thoroughbred racing has not re-engaged.
Correct.
So do you want to start with Ms. Tisbert, or do you want to, Mr. Umbrello? How do you want to proceed, Dr. Lightbound, so that we get all the information we need as we think about this issue?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to start with Ms. Tisbert and President McHugh. Bob McHugh is also on. Their item may be a little less complicated, so I think it'd be helpful to start with that. Alice or Bob, or I don't see Bob right now. I don't know if he or Alice is going to speak.
Can you hear me, Alex?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Alice Tisbert, the Managing Director for the HHA&E. Bob is, I believe, able to speak. I'm trying to see if he can chime in. He's having some feedback issues from his computer, and he dialed in with the phone and thinks *6 will unmute him. Do you know if that's correct? Anybody?
Try *6 to unmute. I'll turn to our experts, but he muted himself. We're thankful for that.
Yes.
What if he disengages and tries again?
Okay, how's that?
There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is Bob McHugh, the president of our organization, and he's going to speak to the committee.
Good morning. It's still morning, right?
Yeah, yes, it is. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. McHugh. How are you? Mr. McHugh, I think that we're all set to hear from you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm still getting some kickback, so is this fine? Can you hear me?
We can. And
Okay.
you're clear. We're not hearing echo. Sorry.
Since the money came in from the Racehorse Development Fund, and I want to give credit, particularly Alice, we worked very hard to develop programs with the intent in mind that the purpose of the RHDF is to build and strengthen the mass horsing racing industry. That retirement savings plan in particular, that has been wonderful for trying to get trainers and drivers into Massachusetts to race here. I can tell all the time, people are so interested in that plan because unlike maybe the thoroughbreds in the past, until the advent of the Racehorse Development Fund, there was no plan. There was no savings plan for drivers and trainers. So this money has been critical in continuation of it to both advance the people racing here now and to encourage trainers and drivers to race here in the future. Since that, we've added a division plan, a dental plan, and that applies to all members of our association. And that's to encourage people to join our association, people who may not have been racing here in the future. So without anything we've done, this has been really successful to enhance our future. While I do think we're better off with a strengthened and strong thoroughbred industry, we are an ongoing concern. I mean, believe me, I'd like to do what we can for them, but it just seems to me we're giving them half, we are giving them 50% now, and they don't have an industry. So all I can say is I got to emphasize that everything we've done in mind was meeting the intent of the RHDF, but I got to finish to build and strengthen the mass horsing racing industry. And I think what our plan is done, and hopefully we'll continue to do to strengthen harness racing.
Questions for Mr. McHugh at this point, or do you want to wait and hear everybody from everyone? Cool. All right. Thank you. Dr. Lightbound?
Okay, the next person we have to speak is Paul Umbrello, the Executive Director of the New England HBPA.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Madam
Paul,
Chair.
Paul,
Members.
before you start, may I
Yeah.
recommend, Madam Chair, that everybody go on mute again who is not speaking?
As long as we can bring Bob back.
Yeah.
Good.
I should be able to unmute him if he has challenges with that going forward again.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, thanks, Paul.
All right. So a little history first. So the thoroughbred industry was very instrumental in writing a language in the 2011 Gaming Act that actually protected both breeds and was instrumental in writing a language for both the purse accounts, breeders accounts, and health and welfare accounts as we see it today. The language in question, I think, first of all, I didn't realize there's two things in play now. One was the split, but also the issue with the Jockey Guild. The intent of that language in 23K, from my understanding, and again, 128A and C, as we know today, is very challenging. But the intent of that language was to theoretically limit interpretation, but give both industries that flexibility to offer potential benefits under the health and welfare bucket to those organizations. So while the Jockeys Guilds today receives the $65,000 under 128A, as Alex had mentioned, it also opened up that language as you read it. It says owners, trainers, employees. We would love to give money out to jockeys. We would love to give money out to grooms, valets, owners. But based under the articles of our organization, we today only give out benefits and only can afford to give out benefits to trainers. So with that said, obviously, I think it's always challenging for interpretation when you read that language, but it clearly states the Gaming Commission will determine how much the organization pays. And again, I think the intent at the time was to replace the $65,000 from 128A to then give both organizations that flexibility to use the money as they see fit and based on how they budget or what they budget. Now, if the commission doesn't know, also, in 2021, both organizations, the Standardbreds and Thoroughbreds, did agree to leave the split. Now, whether it was in the records or on the documents, at least for 2 years, to leave the split as it was, as it is. We also felt that specifically under the health and welfare bucket, that both organizations should continue to receive the 50-50 split, because if we had more money, as Alex said, we could do more. We also feel that both the breeders and health and welfare buckets, with lack of racing, rightfully so, should not be impacted, right? Just because we don't race doesn't mean other states have done it. Breeders industries thrive in other states without racing. We're trying to do that today. On the breeder side, which I also serve, we're trying to get creative with other programs to kickstart our breeding program. On the health and welfare side, and to correct Mr. McHugh, sorry, but our organization is the longest standing organization in the country since 1935. We've been offering benefits to our members for over 35 years, way before the Racehorse Development Fund came in. We were the first organization to offer jockey insurance to the jockeys, in which Mindy can attest, the Guild has received millions of dollars as a result of those insurance policies. And some of the current jockeys have received over 6 figures in premiums, which my trainers will never receive amounts close to that number. So I don't think we should really, in my opinion, really consider changing the split now, because I thought that was more for the HRC committee and not this conversation. I thought this was more about the Guild. But the fact is that we have been giving out benefits to our members, and over the years, unfortunately, now even with the Racehorse Development Fund, but the lack of racing, we do not have the funding to continue. And over the years, last year I told you we had to cut our scholarship program. The year before that, I had to cut health and welfare because it was too costly to put trainers on health and welfare. However, I did help them find programs through Health Connector and Mass Health. And this year, as you folks have received our financial statements, we are now dipping into reserves, and I'll probably have to make more cuts probably in 2024. We do offer life insurance, we do offer eyeglasses, we do offer benevolence, and we do offer the old age assistance, which all have been established way before the Racehorse Development Fund even existed. So for me, my concern is that while the Jockeys Guild already received $65,000, there is no money that I think even between both breeds, which seem to be, standardbred seem to be getting by fine, I don't think any additional funding should be allocated on top of the $65,000 the Jockeys Guild has already received. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
And we'll save questions until we hear from everyone. Dr. Lightbound.
Okay, the next person we'll hear from is Mindy Coleman, counsel for the Jockey Guild.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. This is Mindy Coleman on behalf of the Jockeys Guild. Speaking on behalf of our organization, as well as all the jockeys who have regularly rode in Massachusetts, we're respectfully requesting the Commission's consideration for distribution of funds that has been discussed today under that percentage from the Racehorse Development Fund for the jockey and driver benefits. According to Chapter 23K, Section 60, the Commission is the one who shall determine how much shall be paid annually by the Horsemen's Organization to the Thoroughbred Jockeys or Standardbred Drivers Organizations. The Guild is the organization representing professional jockeys in American Thoroughbred and Quarter Horse racing. And the Guild has and continues to be recognized as the organization representing the majority of jockeys in Massachusetts. We have been the organization doing so for decades, with the exception of the years of reorganization, which began in October of 2007. In 2012, we regained the majority of membership in Massachusetts, and we were once again recognized by the Commission as the representative of jockeys. Although there is no live racing in Massachusetts, thoroughbred racing, excuse me, the Commission has continued to recognize the Guild in that capacity. The funds that have been distributed under 23K is applicable to the active and permanently disabled jockeys for health insurance, life insurance, and other benefits, as Dr. Lightbound had previously indicated. Because unfortunately, there's no live racing been conducted in Massachusetts since 2020. We haven't been able to establish a standard for active jockeys. Therefore, it's all been reserved for our four permanently disabled, or those jockeys who suffered a career-ending injury at a Massachusetts track, deeming them permanently disabled. Unlike the funds that have also been referred to under Chapter 128A, Section 5, the language in Section 60C does not include the retired jockeys. Based on the qualifications that have previously been presented to the Commission for qualifying members who are disabled as a result of those on-track injuries in Massachusetts, since 2008, there would be 4 individuals who would qualify for the funds in the event that the Commission deems it distribution to the Guild for those individuals appropriate. As done with the distribution received in 2021, any funds provided to the Guild under the RHDF would be provided directly to those individuals. The Guild, it should be noted, the Guild does not retain any funds at all received from the Massachusetts Gaming, whether it be under Chapter 128A or 23K. The Guild receives those funds and then distributes to the individual riders based on the qualifications. And while the distribution, obviously, that we just recently received under 128A has been most greatly appreciated, there's always the additional need for those jockeys who were disabled during racing in Massachusetts. We continue to recognize there's many factors that must be considered by you as you make this determination pertaining to the amount of funds to be allocated to the Guild in order to contribute for the benefits of the thoroughbred jockeys. Now, one thing I would like to do is to provide some additional insight and assistance for the Commission with regards to the questions that have come in, with regards to the concerns that have been expressed to the Commission from outside individuals. With regards to the eligibility and or receipt of funds under the Racehorse Development Fund. As our legislation indicates, the Commission has the discretion to distribute to such organization. Although there was not a distribution under the RHDF until 2021, there is a reasoning for this. After the RHDF was established, the Guild submitted letters to the Massachusetts Gaming Commission in the early 2014-2015 time, requesting that additional funds be made to the active and disabled jockeys. However, there were discussions between the New England HBPA, track managements, and representative of the commission during the latter part of 2014 and 15 about several different items, including the funds being provided to the Guild, especially in light of the fact there was a sunset clause at that time in Chapter 128A. This is where we received the $65,000. It was set to expire in 2016. However, obviously, Chapter 128A has continued through the adoption of various legislation since that time. It should also be noted during that time, as Mr. Umbello had referred to, the New England HBPA was funding an excess policy to provide benefits for jockeys in the event of an on-track accident, which was in addition to the on-track accident policy that was currently being provided by Suffolk Downs. The policy was established in the 1990s with input from the jockeys at that time and was regularly discussed with the colony of jockeys over the years as changes occurred. Additionally, there are several jockeys who have received benefits under this policy, including temporary disability, excess medical coverage, and lump sums of payments for permanent disability. One thing I would like to correct with what Mr. Umbello said, the Guild itself has not received millions. There are individual jockeys who received those benefits. The Guild itself has not received any funding or any monies directly from the Massachusetts Gaming Commission that were used for the purposes of the organization. As said, any and all funds received have then went out, directly been redistributed to the individual qualifying jockeys. It should also be noted and recognized that the New England HBPA was the only horsemen's organization to provide for such additional coverage, in addition to the on-track accident policies that were being provided. In light of that fact, and that the Guild was still receiving the $65,000 annually for qualifying jockeys under Chapter 128A, and the additional benefits were being provided by the New England HBPA through the excess coverage to the active and disabled jockeys, as well as the uncertainty of the future of racing in Massachusetts, it was the opinion of the Guild at that time that this was a reasonable exchange for the portion of money that the Commission may have deemed necessary that the Guild would receive on behalf of the active and disabled jockeys under the RHADF. It should also be noted this excess policy was provided by the New England HBPA until 2020 and only ceased due to the fact there was no current live racing in Massachusetts. As far as the eligibility of the funds received, in 2012, when the Guild was again recognized as the majority representative of jockeys in Massachusetts, the Guild, along with its active membership in the Massachusetts colony, established a criteria based on the number of mounts ridden in Massachusetts since 2008 for active, retired, as well as those jockeys who were permanently disabled at a Massachusetts racetrack. Initially, jockeys had to be a member of the Guild at that time and was required to do so until 2021, when we went back to review the criteria based on the distribution of funds. However, in 2021, there were changes that were made to that criteria, allowing those that would have otherwise been eligible under the previous criteria, those individuals who were not members, to otherwise be eligible under the previous criteria. Each year, the Guild has reviewed the criteria for eligibility, and if it all changes, those changes are submitted to the Commission for its review and consideration. As always, the Guild greatly appreciates the long working relationship we've had with Dr. Lightbound, Chairman Stein, and the Commission in general. We thank you for your time and consideration with this today, and if there's any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Dr. Lightbound?
Okay, the next person we'll hear from is jockey Abba Kawasa.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Kavasi.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm gonna start by saying that first of all, my dog ate my homework, so I had to scramble to put whatever I got together at the last minute here, and I'm gonna start by telling you a little bit about myself. Then I'm gonna move on to talking about the comments that were made. Then I'm gonna ask the chair, maybe she can answer now, that while I'm speaking, will I be able to ask some questions and along the way?
Certainly, Mr. Kabasa, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions too.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to ask that once I get going, and that maybe if whoever might have some questions may try to reserve them until I'm done. So
we'll do that. We'll do that. All questions will be reserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to start by explaining a little bit about myself and about the situation that we got at hand at the moment. So I'm Jockey Abad Kabasa, or disabled jockey Abad Kabasa, and I've been in racing since 1973. I got hurt in 2012. I've followed racing, represented riders, and racing has been my life. But nonetheless, I need to tell you a little bit about my injuries so then I can move on from there. I got permanent head injuries. So I stutter, I take speech therapies. I got vertebrae, brain, bunch of stuff. And you probably sometimes might not notice it, but so I'll have difficulties sometimes with my speech, and I'll shake a lot. That's also attributed to the head injury, and I'm gonna do the best to address this matter. I'm probably gonna say a lot of about other jockeys' injuries and disabilities and situations that they may be in financially and whatnot, maybe towards the end. But for the moment, I'm going to move on, and I want to first of all thank the people that I talked to and made comments. People like Vernon Bush, George Vargas, Susan Kelly, Doreen, Arajo. Edwin, of course, is going to be on with us, and I believe he's going to speak after I'm through here. So I've listened to what everybody's had to say so far, and I don't want to go off my sketch here. So in particular, I'm going to probably want to address everyone in writing, because I'll be able to take my time and address everything that was said by all those individuals. For now, I'm going to address the memorandum, the letter, the memorandum, the authorization for Director of Racing, the Harness Association's letter, the Jockey Skills letter, and the New England Horsemen's Benevolent Association's letter. I'm gonna
Mr.
out.
Kabasa, those letters are in our packet, commissioners. That's part of the comments, I believe.
Yes, yes, but it's important for me to
Yeah.
respond
Oh,
to
yes.
those, to what's said on those, that information.
Yes, we're looking forward to hearing your comments.
So before I continue, I want to mention to some of the commissioners that are new to the board that this is an issue that myself and Edwin Molinari initially brought to light. We approached the HBPA first. We approached the commission, Lightbound in particular, and then addressed the board. Then we talked to the guild that had no awareness of anything that was going on. And so from that point on, I've been asking to be heard. And I thank the chair for finally, after all this time, since 2020 sometime, that I've been asking to be heard. And we're at a point that now I need to untangle all of this situation. So, and I'm going to do the best that I can to do that. And I think that, so again, for the new commissioners to be aware that this is an ongoing issue. Today, you want to probably speak about the split for this upcoming, this previous fiscal year ending. That's what it appears to me. But I want to be clear that that what I want to talk about is that, of course, but let's not forget that our issue is that we have this problem lies because we discovered it, and for all those years, the jockeys were being left out when the rules are clear. The commission is to determine to the HBPA how much money they're supposed to give to the jockeys. It doesn't even mention about the jockeys guild or the jockeys organization. It says to the jockeys. So, and you all have your rules and regulations, and I ask you to look at it closely. So, and anyhow, then for the moment, I'm gonna go to the memorandum. The memorandum was put together by, I'm gonna imagine, Alex Lightbound and Ted Grossman, because both of their names is on here. And am I correct to ask Lightbound and Todd if they both were the ones that put this memorandum together?
I can assure you that that if it's on, their names are on it, yes, Dr. Lightbound and Councilor Grossman did prepare it. Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go, and I have a few items on there. I got like 16 issues with that document. So I hope you can bear with me. So I'd like to start with probably the first paragraph where it talks about the 128A 5H4, which is the 65,000 that have been going to the Jockeys Guild. I'm not going to dwell into 128A at the moment, but we have issues with that to discuss, because today we want to try to stay on the Resource Development Fund. But the issue I have with it here, and it's going to continue to come up, is because everybody is throwing that out there, like, because we're receiving those funds, that we're not entitled to the funds from 23K60, and that but nobody's mentioning about what other funds the HBPA was receiving to the simulcast and all of that. If you want to say that we shouldn't receive the money, or that 23K is supposed to substitute 128A, which is not true, but whoever's throwing it out there wants to plant it on the board's mind, and it's not true. Just read the statutes, the laws. It's clear that it's in addition, and I'll point that out down the road, and I'll just leave that at that for the moment. So the Resource Development Fund, second thing is the committee is responsible for considering various criteria, determine their recommendations. The commission shall only change the distribution percentage upon a recommendation by the committee. Nobody there is mentioning that, provided further that of this amount, the commission shall determine how much shall be paid annually by the horsemanship organizations to the thoroughbred jockeys. Again, no mention of jockeys organization to the jockeys. And hopefully all of this will come together, that it'll make sense. If I sounds like I might be rattling. 3, there's some mention there on the fourth paragraph, as to there have been times that the committee recommended their changes be retroactive, and the Mass Gaming Commission has approved retroactive changes. I'm going to come back to that. I just thought I'd mention it for the moment, but I'll more than likely I'm going to come back to that. The commission has approved retroactive changes, basically because this is what we're looking for here. Retroactive money for the money that was supposed to be allotted to the jockeys from the inception of the Racehorse Development Fund, whatever year that may have been, 2015 or 14 or 16 on forward. I'll also mention at this time, before then I move on, that in 2019, after we brought this to your attention, that finally the commission made a determination, and because of everything that was fed to the commission, they determined that they were going to give $4,000, $1,000 to 4 disabled jockeys. Here's my check uncashed. Okay, so that this matter needs to be resolved. Besides, I'll take the opportunity to mention that the Jockeys Guild is mailing out 1099s. That's going to be an issue that we need to talk about. And people are having to pay taxes. The 1099s are a big issue with a lot of the riders. I'm going to ask another question to Paul Umbrello at this time. Does anybody that they're giving money to from the Racehorse Development Fund, is anybody getting a 1099? Maybe he could answer me.
Mr. Cabasa, I think if you want to direct questions, you can direct questions to the commissioners, but this is, I think we
Well,
want
then, and I'll direct the question to the commission, and the commission can answer me then.
And I do know that at the last public meeting, we did discuss your question around taxes. And we determined that that probably is not in really
But the question that I'm asking right now is, I'm not going to talk about what was talked about and all of that. I'm going to get around to all of that.
Okay.
My question at the moment, so I can move on, is anybody that's receiving money from the Racehorse Development Fund by the HBPA receiving a 1099? That's all I need to know at the moment, and I can move on. We'll come back to all that other stuff later.
I think my answer, and I'm going to turn to Councilor Grossman. My answer is that I suspect the answer is that the Gaming Commission, because taxes really are not under our responsibility and jurisdiction, we would not be able to give necessarily an accurate answer. But Councilor Grossman, if you want to elaborate, I know that you were going to send a letter of some sort. We had asked for that at our last public meeting to go to Mr. Cavazza and the Jockey Guild.
Yeah, it's a fair question Mr. Cabasa raises. As you indicated, Madam Chair, and I agree with, that's not an issue for the Gaming Commission to resolve. We are not the experts on tax law. And so I think we will decline to get involved with how certain funds are taxed and whether they should be taxed. I know either Mr. Cabasa or Mr. Molinari indicated that they have communicated with the Department of Revenue, and I would suggest that that is the appropriate entity to be communicating with about that particular issue. It is important, and we're in no way suggesting that it's not, but just that we are not really the appropriate forum to be resolving the tax issues. The other issues are fair, but that one is not really in our lane, if you will.
Okay, so then I'll say this. The Gaming Commission is supposed to look out for all licensees' best interests, right? So we bring the issue to and the matter to you, and though you don't want to get involved, you have to consider what our issues are here and make an effort instead of dodging us, and know that whether 1099s are required for that money or not. It's not a hard question that you can't address. You could talk your way out of it, and that for the moment, and I'll just take it as that for the moment, and until I come back to it.
Yeah, why don't we put the tax question into the parking lot right now, Mr. Kabasa? I do understand, as Councilor Grossman said, and I see Mr. Milner saying no, but just for right now, because we want to make sure we hear all of your issues, and perhaps we'll be able to give more light.
Okay, well, again,
Thank you.
the question was
It is a fair question for you to ask, and I like Councilor Grossman's recommendation to work with DOR. And if you need help getting the right connection at DOR, we could do that. But I would hesitate to provide tax advice because we want to get it right. Okay, go right ahead, and but we're just putting it to the side right now. We're not dismissing it as important to you.
Okay, and the question was initially for Mr. Paul Umbrella, and I'll move on. And we'll come back to that.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyway, it gives a breakdown here as to the funds of the 4% health and pension, the 80% distribution for live racing. I'm gonna make a comment in regards to that. For the life of me, I can't understand why the HBPA is agreed to give up that percentage that way and didn't protect their members. I want to make sure that I'm saying that on the record, and 16% distribution for the breeders on this 75% to standard bred, 25% to thoroughbred. I got thrown off. Okay, never mind. And then the 4%, 50-50. I want to say now to the president of the Harness Horsemen's Association. First, Robert McHugh.
McHugh.
Mr. McHugh, I'm not looking or asking to try to dip into what you are doing there. I think it's a fabulous thing what the harness people are doing. I see Peter Goldberg is not here, and I like to thank him on the record as well. I'd like to mention that when this issue was brought and you had one of your first meetings, that Mr. Goldberg, if you go back to that video, Mr. Goldberg at that time indicated that he thought the jockeys deserved to have been getting what they were entitled to. And I'd like to thank him for making that comment, and I wish them well. Wonderful job. If they can do it, there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to do this. Not at all. And so I'm gonna skip 6 for the moment. No, well, it talks about the $1,000 that were given to each jockey and all of that. And again, you know, like I said, there goes the check for the $1,000. They sent me a 1099 along with this. They never retracted that 1099. This has never been cashed, and we got issues with the 1099s. I'm gonna move on. Okay, so seventh item I have here is Todd and Alex want to push the issue that the New England Horsemen's Benevolent Protective Association was already funding an insurance to benefit the jockeys. What they don't tell you that's a policy to benefit the owners and trainers. So the jockeys don't sue them when they get hurt on their horses. That would be like you ask me to pay you your car insurance and you run me over, and I'm paying your car insurance. You run me over, and you're covered. The jockeys already have a catastrophic injury policy through Suffolk Downs, through Zurich. All of this that has been planted is untrue. And this is not a trial here today. So I'm not going to go into details precisely how to point it out to you, how to prove it to you, really, because it's going to take more time. But that I have the facts, the evidence to back it up without a doubt. That policy has been in existence since 1990. The racehorse, so they've had, HBPA's had that policy from 1990. The Racehorse Development Fund money comes into play in 2014, 2015. So then we owe them money for them having that insurance policy from 1990 till that Mindy wants to say that that they had gotten together and came up with that solution. False. I'm gonna address this and what all the comments that were made on this meeting in writing for the record. The Jackie Skill is not working in good faith here, but I'm going to leave that more for towards the end. Again, it talks about the McDonald's insurance, which is well, it's the same thing. I'm sorry. They put in there about the 128A 65,000 that the jockeys are receiving. They want to drill it into you. That money, 23K, is not supposed to substitute 65. The 65,000. The 23K money is in addition. Read the rules clearly.
while we just have this break, I'm presuming Mr. Umbrella, Ms. Coleman, and Mr. McHugh, you are all available.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Okay. Again, that 23K money is in addition. But, you know, you put it in black and white, the board's going to look at this. They're going to take it at face value. And I'm here to tell you, it's misleading. Todd is misleading. Alex is misleading the board here. Talks about the Racehorse Development Fund a little bit. I'm gonna skip that. Hopefully I didn't miss something. Okay, here we go. In discussing the agenda before the commission today, the amount of money from the Racehorse Development Fund that shall be paid from the Horsemen's Organization to the thoroughbred jockeys. Need for funds is larger than the funds available. The need for funds is larger than available. That is true, and I agree with everyone there. At this time, I'd like to talk about the money that the 8-pole was receiving. That's $80,000. That's $80,000. That money's been sitting there for a couple of years now.
Mr. Cabasa, could you repeat for me who has that 80,000, please?
Well, that 80,000 was going to the 8-pole that was run by Mr. Green and Cheryl Edwards, but they decided after, I think it was 2019, not to request for that money because Suffolk Downs pushed them out of the property. And if they had to get a location outside the property, it just wasn't going to be feasible. Mr. Green and Shirley, God bless them, they done wonders for the people at Suffolk Downs and Rockingham and New England in general for many years. But again, what's the HPPA doing? They know that money's there. Why not ask for that money if they're asking for money, for that they don't have enough money? And I don't know if this is the right time to throw this in, but you know, maybe I should before it goes out of my mind. But Mr. Umbrella, you don't have enough money to do the things that you would like to do. But I got another question. Did Mr. Umbrella get himself a nice raise this year from that fund?
Madam Chair, with all due respect, this is getting out of control.
Mr. Umbrella, you've had your chance to speak. Mr. Cabasa is speaking, and but Mr. Cabasa, I would like you to limit to not anything to do with the other individuals, but just in front of us. I understand.
Part of this issue. It's part of this issue.
You know,
the HPPA's got issues. They got their members for a long time. This has been coming to the commission. Okay, you had another organization that was trying to warn the commission. William Ligorio, God rest his soul. He's no longer with us. Okay, people have been coming to the commission with a lot of issues with the HPPA And we've been trying to bring to your attention issues with the Jockeys Guild. This is the forum for this.
We want to, I
I'm giving you
appreciate,
the
I
facts.
appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mr. Kabasa. I want to hear you and we want to give you your time. I'm also going to just make sure that, you know, we don't lose track of the key issues for you. That's what we really want to focus on.
These are all key issues.
Okay, thank you.
Let's skip that. And I just, what I just said, I was just gonna say it anyway, so I'm gonna skip that. I don't know what paragraph this is, but in the body of the race, next to last page, I'm almost done with this. They talking about the 65,000. He puts they put the link in here to the meeting of 2/25/21. And I asked that the commissioners that are only learning about this now to go back, and I asked the commissioners that are aware of this situation also to go back to this meeting and just look and see and all of what took place and so on, because that's why I commended Goldman. I believe that was the meeting where Goldberg. Okay. But if initially that myself and Edwin Molinari would have bought this, would have been allowed the opportunity to be heard like we've been asking for, we wouldn't be here today, because what we're saying now today, we would have said it back then and not let this get out of hand. I knew that at that meeting, by not allowing myself and Edwin Molinari, how the fix was in, how Mindy, that's supposed to be representing us, the jockeys, the HBPA, Lightbound, Todd, Cameron, all saw the problem, and instead of resolving it like we asked to, decided that you were going to collude and come up with all this nonsense. It's not going to work. I've been careful about documenting and so on. I'm hopeful this board will resolve our issue. I don't want to have to go further. It's not necessary. That's all I've done throughout my whole career, throughout my whole life. All these years in racing, all I do is absorb, document, and just take it in. I wanted to be an official. I wanted to be a steward. I wanted to be a commissioner. With what I'm seeing, and that I don't want to wear 2 and 3 hats. I don't want to get into this political parade or anything like that. Now I'm at a point where that's a done deal. but because that was my aspiration, is why I conducted myself and just took it and watched. But what I was seeing, you go to the jockey school, they're teaching you to be a management steward. I wanted to be a state official, the politics.
Mr. Kabasa, I wish we had unlimited time, but we
Okay,
don't.
well,
And so
I'm
I just want to make sure to be your, I want to help you be your best advocate. And I'm very pleased that you're having the opportunity to speak today. So thank you.
I appreciate it, and I'll try to conclude this here, wrap up with whatever I got, and just let you know that, you know, whatever I'm leaving out because of time constraint, but it still needs to be addressed, and then I would like, you know, to then maybe schedule another meeting to finish my presentation.
And as you've noted, you always have the option of recording your thoughts too, and sending them to us in writing.
Okay, well, you know, I can, if you are looking to shut me down right now.
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
no, I really am not. I'm just saying, as you gather your thoughts, again, I want to make sure you take today's opportunity. It's to really highlight your main concerns. You know, today, the issue, of course, is around that 23K language.
Right.
And so if you had a recommendation to put forward,
Yeah, my recommendation is we gotta look at numbers here now, and based on the numbers that we come up with, and come up with a number, and I'll tell you if I'm okay with it myself personally, and I think that I could speak for a lot of people. I'm going to mention now that it's in my mind. We've been asking for the Gaming Commission, the Jockeys Guild, and the HBPA to inform all these affected parties, because I've made a public records request. All I got is names, no phone numbers or contact information. That's fine. The Jockeys Guild and the HBPA are mandated. I can't point out specifically right off the top of my head, but it's in there in your own rules. And it's, to be more specific, it was brought up in the committee meetings for everyone to inform their membership. It's not one person from that I've spoken to that have told me, and I double checked to see, you know, did they inform you that they to this date, we're asking everyone to let all these people know. The only people here today are the ones that myself and Edwin that discovered this problem. The ones that we did get in touch with, that some of them made some comments, but nobody wants the commission. I'll grant you, the commission's duty is only to put it on your website, so you're covered. But the HBPA and the Jockeys Guild, they're not doing what they're told to do. Okay, so you want to keep everybody in the dark, and then put out press releases that that how they were put out, which was untrue, and not give the facts, the true facts, to the jockeys, to the members. There's so many jockeys in need that are jockeys that have committed suicide, that are disabled. They maybe they walk and you could see them walking, and but they're not right. You know, there's issues, financial issues, all of that. This money, had it been being distributed and managed properly at the beginning, I tried to address the commission with this about forming a committee of organization that represents the Massachusetts jockeys, like they do in Delaware, California, some of these other places. Why? Because we're not getting what we supposed to be getting, that we gave our life to the jockey skill organizations, and paying them dues for every month that we've written. They stand here and tell you that they are not getting any money for distributing this money from 65K 128A. They got media rights contracts that they've been getting paid. They making money. They're not doing nothing for free. Okay, and on top of it, they want to come back a 1099 in that. You're opening up a can of worms. I want to nip this right here, right now. We don't want to get into that we're going to have to open the books and all of that stuff. That's not, you know, I'm just saying.
Mr. Cabasa, would it make sense, perhaps, in the interest of ensuring clear messaging today, that we maybe give you a break and turn to Mr. Molinari and hear from him for a second? I'm not a second, my apologies. Hear from you, Mr.
Okay,
Molinari.
well, I think if you ask Edwin, he might be okay if I could continue and try to at least finish this portion. And I do want to give Edwin the opportunity, without a doubt.
Okay. Okay, why don't we go with a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to turn over. And again, I know that Mr. Umbrello and Ms. Coleman and Mr. McHugh are giving you the same courtesy that you gave them. Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Cabasa, and I'll keep a little bit track of time to make sure we hear from everyone.
Okay. You know, this paragraph here brings me back to the matter that the HPPA's got a lot of issues. They got issues with their life insurance. You know, the McDonald's is for their benefit, not for the jockey's benefit. You know, so if a rider gets hurt, you don't get sued, and there's a lot that goes on with that. You know, the riders that put in claims and that wind up getting excuse my English, shafted and whatnot. But there's issues. I need to make mention here that the president of the HBPA, Anthony Spadea, his business is insurance. I think there's a conflict there that is coming up. These things are coming up because when people don't do the right things, and now you getting the magnifying glass put on you to check to see what's going on, things come up. So I think I'm going to be closing this document here by saying that I talked a little bit about, again, the commission shall determine how much shall be paid annually by the horsemen's organizations to the thoroughbred jockeys. You don't make no mention about jockeys guild, jockeys organization or the jockeys guild, any of that sort. And I don't appreciate, and I don't want to be represented when I'm being misrepresented in this matter only. And I'll be addressing that with them down the road. We've been asking the guild to lobby to include the retired jockeys. Because we know you can't do it. You got to lobby the legislature got to do it in that. What's being done? I'll let you know nothing's being done. When this problem was brought to the attention, when this problem was brought to their attention, Mindy Coleman, Terry Meek, Alex Lightbound, Gail Cameron, Todd Grossman, Paul Umbrello, Anthony Spadere, and others, you made the conscious decision to collude and cover this up. It's not right. It's not right. Let's cap this and so that it doesn't have to go any further or get any uglier than what it already is. So I concluded this document, this memorandum. I already praised honest people for what they're doing, the document. So in other words, this memorandum, 95% of it is trash. That's where it goes.
So with that, I think we'll turn now to Mr. Molinari, Mr. Cabasa. And,
okay, I'll just remind you that I didn't conclude my presentation, and I have a lot more that to say for the record. And I hope that you would put up another meeting so that this could be addressed. And the people need to know, these riders, these people, they need to know. And if you guys ain't, not the commission, because your obligation is to put it on your website. If the Jockeys Guild and the HBPA wants to keep them in the dark, we're gonna push. They're gonna find out the truth. And I'm not done, but I hope that I'm going to be hearing about another presentation so I can conclude. Thank you very much.
and I'm sorry that I'm having to call time right now, but I do have to because we want to make sure to hear from Mr. Molinari, and then we'll figure out next steps. And Mr. Cabasa, I am very pleased that you were able to present today. Mr. Molinari, do you want to follow up with your colleague?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Edwin Molinari. I am a disabled jockey from Suffolk Down. And my first question is Mindy licensed in the state of Massachusetts? Mindy Coleman.
Could you repeat the question one more time, please?
is Mindy Coleman licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
You know, it's fair to ask questions, but it's got to be questions that are in our realm. And
okay,
yeah.
okay, and I want to know if the law said that the commission shall determine how much shall be paid to the jockeys organization, or if any, like Mindy Coleman said.
So I think the question is, do we follow the law, or do we do what we hear from other folks who weigh in? I think, commissioners, we probably all agree that we do hear from all stakeholders and we take everybody's opinions into consideration. Is that fair, commissioners? Did you hear that question presented that way? I think that's the best answer I can give, and I've been sort of answering, but my fellow commissioners chime in too. But I think Ms. Coleman has had the opportunity to speak, and we are, you know, and we've heard from other stakeholders over the course of time.
So the law said that the commission shall determine how much the horseman organization shall pay the jockeys organization, right? And you said that the committee didn't get together because in 2 years, because one of the persons retired.
I think I don't want to be misinterpreted. There is another body that does not have to meet.
The committee.
They did the committee. They did establish that 50-50, which has not been really challenged until now, and that's why we're having this, or the issue has come back up, and that's why we made sure to put this matter on the agenda for today with you and Mr. Cabasa joining us. So,
but what happened with the word "shall"?
I'm sorry?
In those 2 years, what happened with "shall determine" in those 2 years?
That's the commission.
And the years before, since the law was established, the commission failed to determine an amount for the jockey. They didn't follow the law.
You know what, Mr. Monnery, you've raised a very fair point. And the other day when this topic came up, I know that at least one other commissioner joined me in saying, we need to be timely on this, and we are meeting today on it. It came to our attention. So, and we recognized that we needed to go forward. So you are raising a good question. Last year, last year, this matter did not come before us, and we recognize. You know, Mr. Molinari, I will take responsibility for that. I am, as chair, I do need to hear from the team on certain matters. I probably should have inquired about this, and I did not. So I will take full responsibility for that.
And what can we do with those years that they never determined, that the commission never determined an amount for us?
I can only address my work.
So you're not gonna do anything about it?
No, I'm right here, right now, hearing you, and I am. We did make a decision in 2021, and you're well aware of it. And my understanding was that status quo was in place, and it had not been disrupted and did not need to be disrupted. However, I think I'm right that in this provision, and what I was told the other day was that this is an annual requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard that the other day, that I said, we need to get this on the agenda. And so we're here. Yes.
So what are we gonna do about the money from before?
So if what I'm hoping right now is for you to give us any is I appreciate your pointing out that we didn't do it. And so I'm taking responsibility for that. But for today, if you're able to shed any light on what you would recommend, but it is the commission, not that committee, that determines this amount on under 23K. You're aware of the decision in 2021. If you had been there in 2021, and I'm sorry, I would have had you there if I had, if I had known that you wanted to speak. Instead of that $1,000, the $4,000 amount, what would you have recommended?
Well, what is fair, and I it made me sad when the owners organization knows that they are receiving more than us, because when they were raising, we were getting from the $65,000, we were receiving like $2,500. And the horseman organization, if we divided how much they get and we divide it between their members, it comes to like $7,000. So it was like a difference between what we received, the $2,500, and what they received, like 7,000. And we would like to, we take more risk, we work harder, and our careers are shorter, and we still don't ask for more than them. We want to be equal. We want to be treated equal. We don't want to get more than owners and trainers, even that we take more risk and all that I said before. We want equal money. So you just have to see how much they get in total, divided between the members, and that's the same thing that we should get. In my opinion, also from the 23K section 60, is that the money should be divided equally between the members of the New England HBPA and the jockeys, now the disabled, but the years before for the jockeys, the active jockeys. Because like Cabasa said, the retired jockeys are not included. I've been trying with the commission and with the Jockeys Guild to include the retired jockeys in there, because it's a mistake that they're not there. There's not a reason on why they are not there. They are in there in the 128, and they should be there in the 23K section also. So another problem is that this commission is allowing the Jockeys Guild to break the law because the law said that the money is for health insurance, accident or life, and other benefits. The Jockeys Guild sent a letter every year with the 1099 saying that if we don't use 100% for health, if we don't send receipt totaling the amount, it's not that we can send half or no, totaling the amount that they send us, that they will report it as income, but not as income that come from the state of Massachusetts. Income that come from them. It's like they are paying us with their money, and it's not like that. I contact the governor's office. They refer me to the Department of Revenue, and I spoke with Leona Oron Gissom. And after I sent her copy of the 1099, copy of the letter from the Jockeys Guild, and copy of the law, she agreed that they cannot do that. They are breaking the law because the lawmakers when the lawmakers put that it was for health insurance, accident, and other benefits, it's because they understood that we not only live from health insurance, we need food, we need a place to live, electricity, water, and having the Jockeys Guild, without asking the jockeys, they are putting the criteria by themselves and approved by you, because you have to approve that criteria. But illegally taking the other welfares out and just put 100% for health. And that's illegal by the Department of Revenue. And I sent you an email and I told you about it. You could contact the Department of Revenue and even the special counsel from the Jockeys Guild. But when you don't want to find the truth, you don't call. You should know. The only thing you have to do is call them and say, hey, this is true, because the money is coming from the gaming commission, from your commission. So they are illegally changing the law, breaking the law to make us, because to fit their benefits, because without that, they wouldn't be able to report it as income. So we should check with the federal government if they are reporting that 65,000 completely like is their money, and because a 1099 is from the people who pay you, like your job and things like that. If we were to pay taxes, we should be getting the 1099 from the state of Massachusetts, not from the Jockeys Guild. And you approve that criteria. The commission approved it, knowing that they are stealing from the state of Massachusetts, because that's stealing from the state of Massachusetts. And then lying our agreement that we have with that the Jockeys Guild have with the Horsemen organization, not to go after the money from the 23K Section 60, to help them pay for an insurance that is not an insurance for us, it's an insurance to protect them from being sued by the jockeys. Like I say, I'm gonna sue them, I don't qualify. I collect from it because I didn't sue the owner of the trainer. So it's not that they are putting the insurance to protect us, it's to protect them. The Jockeys Guild never informed anybody. Mindy violated the Rule 307 Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct, the Part 1 client and lawyer relationship. She never informed any
Mr. Molinari, we're going to be really careful. Mr. Molinari, the one thing I'll ask is for you to be respectful. And, you know, again, we're not pointing at particular individuals. This is all about so that we can understand how we can do the best policy. So
but I am explaining to you why she's changing the law, why the Jockeys Guild are breaking the law, because they didn't inform anybody.
Okay. All right. So that was helpful, Mr. Molinari, and I think we've heard quite a bit. Commissioners, I'm going to pause now to see if you have individual questions for any of our guests, as well as for Dr. Lightbound. I'm also going to pause myself, but I would like to make the recommendation that after our questions, we decide to table this, digest all of this before we take action on this matter today. That's my suggestion. Why don't I go to questions first? Questions, commissioners, for
I'm
either?
sorry, can I say just one more thing?
Yes, yes.
I filed a complaint to the Attorney General Bureau of Criminal Investigations against the Commission and the Jockeys Guild and the New England HBPA because you are involved in criminal activity. The Commission and the Jockeys Guild, they are trying to cover up that you didn't follow the law and determine an amount for us. They are trying to say that is an agreement, and it's lie.
Well, Mr. Molinari, I am appreciative of the fact that you've pointed out very clearly what the law is, and I also had that clarification made just last week, and so I appreciate, as I said, you've been very helpful today. So, commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Umbello? He has his camera off, but I understand he's available. We've got Mr. McHugh, we've got Ms. Coleman, and we have our two members of the Jockey League. And I know you join me, commissioners, in recognizing that these gentlemen have, have really suffered and significant injuries from the sport that they loved and also the sport that provided entertainment to so many. And so we just want to I want to extend on behalf of my fellow commissioners appreciation for what you've done in the past and also for coming today. So now questions, commissioners. Any questions? Councilor Grossman or Dr. Lightbound, do you have anything that you want to add today?
I mean, I could add a lot. I will just say, I think the one thing I will point out is that it's wholly unfair to accuse Mindy Coleman of any kind of criminal wrongdoing. There's no evidence of that. And,
Councilor Grossman,
I just didn't want to disturb. I don't want to leave that unaddressed. I just don't think that's fair. And that's all I want.
I have proof. I have evidence.
You know what? We're not, I think Ms. Coleman is here. I think that, you know, we understood that there were some personal attacks made and that they were inappropriate, but we understand that their point of view was delivered. Mr. Grossman, do you have anything else that you could advise the commission on, please?
I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, obviously.
Well,
I don't even know where to start exactly.
Okay, we won't start then. Dr. Lightbound, do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I would just like to add that before this meeting and before the meeting we had in 2021, we did put out for public comments on this issue, and we did get lots of written comments both times. The comments from the two jockeys that spoke today are in the commissioner's packet. If you want to, I believe you've read them already. We did receive comments from some other jockeys and for the most part, it was about eligibility issues. And so I did speak with Mindy Coleman about that, and she's going to follow up with the individual jockeys and, you know, describe the qualifications. If they have any questions or anything, I will follow up with them as well. But that was something that was beyond the scope of this meeting to address. But I just wanted to let anybody who did comment, both Mindy and I will be following up with them.
May I say something in response to Alex's statement there? Yeah, we had no other choice but to make public comments because we had been asking to be heard in person. That gave you the opportunity to do what you did. It's wrong. Alex.
Okay, so Mr. Cabasa, I think Mr. Cabasa, I think that we've addressed that point. So I'm going to close on comments. You know, I appreciate my colleague, Attorney Grossman's desire to correct the record. Today, we heard a lot of opinions, and, you know, I think part of our job is to, as the five of us commissioners, is to digest this meeting and return after we digest and reflect on both the written materials and on the oral comments made today. And I know that my fellow commissioners, you will exercise your judgment on determining what you need to get further clarification on and what probably is things that you don't need clarification on. So we really appreciate everybody participating. I know it's an emotional matter for you all. And the one thing I can assure you is that in Dr. Lightbound, there's such commitment to the horse racing industry and the integrity of the horse racing industry. And so, and that, I don't think there's any debate. And even if you don't always agree, we in Massachusetts really prioritize it, and also the safety of the individual athletes. And that includes, of course, the horse athletes, but also, you know, the drivers and the standardbred. We don't have any live thoroughbred racing right now, but if we did, we would be right there supporting you as well. And we're just going to have to figure this out, Mr. Molinari, Mr. Cabasa. And, you know, I'm concerned that we may not have the jurisdiction and full authority to solve all of your questions or issues, but we'll do our best. And we very much appreciate the tips from the associations and what your hard work is, and we appreciate everyone's patience today. Okay.
Miss Chair.
Yes.
Yes. I'd just like to say that with all due respect, you just did what you just asked Todd not to do, and he stuck up for Mindy. You just stuck up for Alex, and Alex may have done a lot of good things in the game, and that I've been around New England for
okay.
More than Alex, and you know, so you just finished doing what you just asked Todd not to do, and defending her, covering up for her.
Mr. Cabasa,
you got to be a little cautious with what's going on, because this is what we're talking about.
Okay, Mr. Cabasa, thank you. I think to the issue around Ms. Coleman, I think she knows exactly how we feel. And so I appreciated Attorney Grossman's point, and I think Ms. Coleman understands.
That's why it's created a problem here.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just think that we have to be really careful when there are personal allegations made, and I think we've understood that.
We have an issue with facts, and all we're doing is addressing it. Nothing more. I don't take it personal, even though some of it might be personal, but their behavior, it goes far beyond this issue at this moment here. So I'll leave it at that.
And Mr. Cabasa, we have heard you today, and a lot of what you have said has not been personal, and that I appreciate all of those comments. I understand it's emotional too, and that's where personal may fly around. But the other information that you provided and Mr. Molinari provided today, very helpful, and we will be able to reflect on. Okay. I'm going to move on now, commissioners, and we thank all of our guests. It is now 10:01. Thank you so much, Mr. Molinari and Mr. Cabasa, Mr. Umbrello, Ms. Coleman, and Mr. McHugh.
Thank you.
And Ms. Tisbert, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move into sports wagering, and we've got quite a few matters. We've got guests who I might be standing in the. Why don't we finish up with 6B and then maybe do our lunch break, right, Commissioner Maynard? Does that sound good?
Yeah, I think it should go relatively quickly.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Lightbound, do you mind if I start?
No, go ahead. It's all yours.
So, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, this delegation of authority document that's in the packet today captures a series of conversations that Commissioner Hill, Director Lightbound, and Director Grossman and I had leading up to the May 16th, 2023 meeting where the topic was presented, as well as a discussion that we had on May 16th, 2023. Specifically, when we looked at the document, Commissioner Skinner wanted to, and I went back and watched this, Commissioner Skinner, which I rarely watch our meetings afterwards, wanted to clarify that when the Director of Racing exercises authority, there will be a notification at the next meeting, which is in addition to the yearly update that we typically get from Dr. Lightbound. I think that was captured in the last sentence of the document, as well as section 10. But I also want to point out that Todd and Dr. Lightbound got this finished pretty quickly, and it took me a month to review it because, again, I went to rewatch the meeting, and after some of our other meetings and other things we were working on, kind of the last thing I wanted to do was rewatch a meeting. But we did it, and I tried to make sure that it was captured in there, and they did accurately capture everything that came up in that May 16th meeting. That's all I have to say.
Commissioners, questions? Excellent work. Dr. Lightbound, I'm glad that we've got this project done.
Yes, thank you very much to everybody who contributed. Group effort.
Group effort. Any questions or suggestions on the delegation? And it's particularly meaningful today, given that Dr. Lightbound was having to turn to the old delegation for yesterday's call. So,
Yeah, the example she used in the meeting was if it gets hot on a race day, having to cancel. So I thought that was pretty on
yeah,
point.
yeah. That was what I think made me ask last year.
Yes, it was
where's
what
the
started
hot-
it. Yep.
Yeah. It was hot. We had those hot days last year. So is there any suggested changes, commissioners? Have you had a chance to review it? That Commissioner Skinner, looks like you're all good.
Yeah, no, I'm all good. Commissioner Maynard, thank you for doing that due diligence for us both. I actually tried, but just like you it referenced, among the many documents and items we had to review for today, I just didn't get around to it. I did call up the May 13th, not May 13th, the 2013 delegation that we worked on May 16th and compared the two, and there's some cleanup that was made, and so, but it's essentially the same document. I really couldn't remember what my concern was when we met, and I did want to go back to refresh. So again, thank you for doing that.
One of the things was to memorialize it as a just inform alone. That was going to be really helpful for Dr. Lightbound, which you've accomplished. So I know that was one of Alex's desires. Okay, so do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve and adopt the Massachusetts Gaming Commission authorization for director of racing as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any questions, edits? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Okay, so it's 5 of 1. Should we return at 1:30? Is that too long? Is that just right?
That is just right for me.
Good, Commissioner Skinner. Okay, so for the public, we'll return to for sports wagering, and we've got some waivers, got some house rules, and then we've got some internal work, and as well as a look at our responsible gaming framework. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for a productive morning. Appreciate it.
looks like it's getting warmer out there, Brad.
I just read where the electric grid is pretty full right now.
Dave, you can take down the screen. Thank you.
It's about 92 degrees here.
91 here in Revere, and I'm 2 blocks from the beach.
Bruce, if you come back with a little bit of wet hair, we'll know where you were.
Yeah. That's wishful thinking on my part, Kathy.
This is when the locals like the beach, Kathy, because all the tourists are gone once Labor Day hits.
I know. I know. Okay, Dave Souza, we are streaming live now.
Yep, we're all good to go.
Okay, great. So this is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, and we met early at 9 this morning. We've gotten through much of our agenda, but have some good work ahead. Before we get started, we'll do a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon.
All right. Before we get started, I want to correct something that I can't really correct it, but I want to clarify that over the lunch break, I learned that perhaps the chair of the horse racing committee has not resigned. So I don't know the status. I may have been told something that might not have been completely accurate. So we'll check into that. And because Commissioner Maynard, I know you are so familiar with the appointment, maybe you and I can just follow up on that. And then we'll circle back. Commissioner Hill is the designee on that committee and determine whether or not there needs to be any appointments and maybe everything is in place. Okay, so just we'll follow up. And then Commissioner Hill, in order to make sure we comply with open meeting law, step away again, okay? But I do want to make sure that the entity itself is all intact. And then the second thing I want to note is that I understand from Director Van der Linden that there an issue arose with respect to item number 9 on our agenda, and he would ask that we roll that over. There's a question that arose with one of the suggestions for the research agenda. So we'll plan on rolling that over to the next meeting or whenever Director Van der Linden is ready. Okay, so we're going to turn then, and thank you again for getting that delegation of authority memorandum done. That's good work. And again, we appreciate all of the input from the many participants from the horse racing community. And we wish the horse racing community good luck tomorrow as racing resumes. Today, they're taking a break in Plainridge because of the heat. So now we're turning to item number 7, and that all starts in our packet on
Page 126.
126. Thank you.
At the packet I'm looking at.
Okay, thanks, Crystal. So we'll turn back to Director Band, and I know we've got Crystal and Andrew waiting in the wings.
Yes, we have waivers for you today and house rules, and once again, a whole smorgasbord of sports wagering items for you.
Great. Who goes first?
I think in the packet, it's kind of a little bit out of order, I believe. So
Yeah.
You said 126, Crystal?
Yes, 126 is the first waiver on 24804 from Better.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a good reason to go slightly out of order. That's just fine.
Is that the order? Is that where you want to start?
I think we start with the item on the agenda, which is the Better waiver request. So thanks.
Take it from here. So Better put in a request for a waiver from 205 CMR 248044, which is the agent identity verification regulation related to the authentication questions and or an alternate method of authentication approved by the commission. That latter part is an important piece here because we internally went through a process reviewing some of these alternate methods with IT. And Better was one of them who approached us for what their process would look like and was approved for it, but now they do need time to implement that. So that's what this request really is. It's to give them a temporary waiver through December 6th, 2023 to ensure that that implementation takes place and puts them into compliance.
Questions, commissioners?
Yeah, so Crystal, I assume they're otherwise in compliance with KYC and verification, and this is bootstrapping?
This ensures that they move, yes, they are, but this would ensure that they have the time to move into the approved, what we're calling the flow of how the KYC process will go.
Okay, I think you're just gonna have to indulge me and walk me through what's gonna change when they finalize what they're asking to get an extension on versus how they're functioning now, because they're doing KYC now. So how does this change that in 90 days?
So they, and I think that's all detailed in their the alternative method, which is the lower part of page 128. But essentially right now, I believe right now they're using ID comply, but I think this allows them to move the flow of this to give them the like selfie and ID check as component of this instead of the very basic KYC that they had come on board with.
Okay, so it's ratcheting up.
Right, they've identified
the sophistication of it when they get it done in December. Okay, thanks.
If you want further detail on what that tech actually looks like, I'd have to pull someone in, but we could get answers as you need them.
I'm just looking at the timing, and that one is through December 6th.
This one is through December 6th.
90 days, 90 days. Yeah, okay. Commissioners, there's a few speaking the same. Do you want to go through them all first before, so we can think about this? Or do you want to do them individual?
So I'm wondering if we do all of them, just because I know the last time we had questions about the date.
That's
whether
right.
it was going to be one universal or whether they all needed to be different. Maybe it helps to go through them all and explain why they have maybe slightly different dates.
I think that makes sense too. Commissioners, everybody else agree with that? Yeah, okay, good. All right, then Kristen.
And just for a little history on that, when they first came to us, they were all concerned about how they would actually implement or evaluate. So we gave that universal date just so that they could check the mechanic, get it set. And if they couldn't, they came to us. But it also gave us internally that period of time to review the alternate methods, because a lot of them had much more secure methods than the security questions would be. So to do that in-house with the IT team, that just took some time. So these are sort of the above and beyond timeframes based on us getting those approvals. But the next one, that would be the FBG in 131 is the page that I have in the packet. That's the FBG Fanatics request. In this case, they actually intended to launch on time and then ran into some issues when they went to turn on the system that had been approved. So now they're just putting in an emergency request to just give themselves a couple more weeks. I think this one's through September 15th. This would give them time to go back. Specifically, they address finding the root cause, analyzing the root cause, and then implementing the fix to the issues because it caused waves across all of their jurisdictions. As far as I understand, that conversation actually happened while I was out last week. So Director Band could back me up on that, on exactly what those details are, but they really only need 2 weeks to just review and make it work properly.
Director Band, did you want to add?
Yes, they were concerned about it crashing their systems in all their jurisdictions when they started to implement it. And that was why the emergency requests came in.
Okay. All right. Do you want to go to the next one then, Crystal?
Yep. So similarly, the next one is on page 134. That comes from BetMGM. Again, they went to launch the system that they had developed to match with the approved KYC verification. And they need about 2 more weeks through September 15th to identify what happened there. They have a very detailed analysis of what happened in their request. Same thing, they just need to make sure the technology is working and then turn it back on once they've gotten all the bugs out. And then page
And-
1, sorry.
And that's through just September 15th as well.
September 15th, yes, yep,
Okay.
same time frame there. And then WinBet actually slightly different, but they had been part of the uniform waiver when it was considered, though they had originally identified late September. And so when the temporary waiver was only approved through 9/1, they're just unable to make that work. So they're requesting still to late September. So we would recommend giving them through the 30th. They might go live sooner than that, but that's the history on that one.
The Better is asking for 90 days.
Better is asking for 90 days. They're a smaller shop, but they also have a large waterfall of systems that they're putting into play, including that selfie ID check, which I really like, but it's also a lot more to implement. So a couple of them have that process in there, so it's nice to see that they came through. Some of these processes that we were verifying were really thorough, so it's good to see.
Questions, commissioners?
So that is the 248044 requests. Chair, I don't know if you want me to go into the one that follows this, but essentially it's just related to 248044. It was a request we got in to tie it into some of the internal controls. We're not sure that's necessary, but it did come in, so we wanted to put it in your packet, and it's just really related to the waiver being approved.
And that's on page.
That's on page, should follow.
139.
Thank you, 139. And so essentially, only BetMGM came in with it. They were just very thorough because 238.39 relates to all of the internal controls for 248. So, they were just saying that they would need a waiver of that in order to not be out of compliance. But essentially, I think it would be covered by having a waiver for 248044. If that's the reason that's in your packet.
Right, and I just noted that we have just a slight typo on our agenda because it says Better, but it was BetMGM that made this request. So we'll just note that. Okay, BetMGM. So as I understand this would be applicable whenever there's a request for a waiver, right? I don't know if legal has looked at this. Todd?
Yes, I'm sorry. So you're referring to the 238.39 issue that we're discussing?
139, yep, 238, 39, and I see Carrie.
Yes, I'll let Carrie jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Happy to chime in there. So I think that, I don't really think that the 238 waiver is necessary. It seems sort of duplicative where the waiver would be in place for 248 and then 238, sort of bootstraps in the internal controls. And of course, 248, we've had a waiver in effect since June already on that item, and we, didn't have a waiver in place on internal controls. It does seem like we could potentially open the door to future, a slippery slope a bit if we are always needing to add in any sort of internal control item as well. And again, it seems a bit duplicative to me. I don't really think it's necessary.
Does that mean our reg might need to be tweaked?
How do you mean?
Well, is it the reg that's saying, I haven't looked at the reg that they're asking for a waiver from this reg, right? Because it implicates the internal controls.
So they're asking for a waiver from the section of the internal control reg that requires compliance with 248. But I think if a waiver is in place for 248, then it's sort of, by default, you would also have the waiver from the internal control provision.
They're not in non-compliance.
Exactly.
Okay, that's another way of saying it. All right.
Yeah.
We don't think there'd be a concern of, because we know they have a waiver of that.
It's on, yeah, they're not in non-compliance. Got it. That was very thorough on their part.
Saw similar ones with play management, but it was directly related to the reporting. But in this case, it's related to the internal controls. So I don't think we would know they have a waiver there. So
Okay, good. So back to item number 7A. Commissioners, do you have any questions? All right. We probably should, they're each asking, two are asking for September 15th. WinBet asked for later in September. Crystal was recommending end of September. Better's asking for 90 days. So I think we have to have different motions. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move. Hold on one moment. I move that accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to Better Holdings, Inc., doing business as Better, from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.044, as included in the commissioner's packet through December 6, 2023, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of GL Chapter 23N.
Second.
Any edits? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
Thanks, vote yes, 5-0 on that. Commissioners, do I have another motion?
Madam Chair, I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to Fanatics Betting and Gaming from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.044, as included in the commissioner's packet through September 15th, 2023, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of General Laws, Chapter 23N.
Under discussion, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So did I hear Crystal correct that maybe we would put all of these at September 30th? That you felt comfortable with that or not?
Certainly
is a
that's
week
up to
gonna give
you,
them-
but they're slightly different. I wouldn't put Betters under September 30th because they do need the implementation time, but the other two are an emergency and WinBet originally came in. So if you think it's simpler, identify emergency ones anyway, we're hoping wouldn't come back. Good, but It's the times they've identified. In this case, it's a little bit different because they all have been approved for different processes. So to you guys.
Madam Chair, I have no further concerns. Thank you.
Okay, and I have a second from Commissioner Maynard. Discussion, any further discussion, edits, questions?
My discussion is, are we moving it or are we not moving it? I didn't hear the.
I'm having trouble hearing
with-
you. Sorry, you're garbled on my, maybe it's just my computer,
So,
but
Mine too.
None of us could, you might just have shifted your microphone slightly, Commissioner Maynard.
That's fine. I also have every air conditioner in my house running. I said I was trying to figure out if we agreed to move the date to meet one standard date or not.
No.
no.
You did not. September 15th was the motion, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, just as the motion was made. Any further questions, edits, discussion? Okay, Commissioner Bryant.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Okay. So then, next.
Yeah, Chair, I'm going to be taking the request for 24816. Continuing with the theme here of waiver requests, the Sports Wagering Division has received two.
I'm sorry, Andrew, I think we have to vote on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I
We have a
couldn't
couple
tell who,
housekeeping
can I tell you,
stuff.
I couldn't tell who was speaking. I was like, is that Commissioner Maynard asking a question?
Oh, I
And then
apologize.
Then I saw
I
your
thought we were
yellow
moving to the
bar.
next one.
No, I said
No.
next. I said next, and that's fair. I should have said, Commissioners, do we have a motion for the next item? But
Right.
so Andrew,
Is it-
thank you.
Is it we're on BetMGM? Is that where we are?
Yes,
Okay.
BetMGM. Sorry.
I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to BetMGM from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.044 and is included in the commissioner's packet through September 15th, 2023, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of General Laws Chapter 23N.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this one? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. And then the last one, WinBet, and then we'll turn to Andrew.
I can take that one.
Thank you.
I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to WinBet from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.044 as included in the commissioner's packet through September 30th, 2023, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of General Law Chapter 23N.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, any questions on that? All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. And Commissioner Maynard, I was glad that you asked the question you did because I wasn't sure I heard it either. So thank you. All right, and so item 7B, we're all set on given Carrie's advice, right, Crystal? Okay, and
Yes, that's correct.
And now to you, our interim sports wagering operations manager who earlier appeared in his other capacity. So thank you for hanging in with us today, Andrew.
Yeah, of course.
Madam Chair, I think we are on item 7B. The item that Crystal was discussing was encompassed in item 7A.
Oh, you know what? Oh, my mistake. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks, Grace. So it was encompassed in, it was BetMGM. You know what? That's what I missed
Yes,
it.
it was the MGM part of 248.44. Apologies. I meant, yes, we're good. We don't, well, I guess that's up to you.
Grace knew I had missed it. I had asked about that at lunchtime. I'd missed it, so thank you. All right. So now we're turning to item 7B. At what page, Andrew?
Page 119 of your packet.
Thank you. I have your handy dandy list, but we've got so many things. All right, I'm all set now.
Okay, ready?
Ready.
Okay. So continuing with the theme here of waiver requests, the Sports Wagering Division did receive 2 temporary waiver requests in relation to 205 CMR 248.16 responsible gaming limits section 1. And this allows the patron to set self-imposed limitations on sports wagering at any time, and the operator must offer daily, weekly, and monthly deposit and wager limits. And going in order of the agenda, Better is up first, and as we said, that begins on page 119 of your packet. Better has submitted a request for waivers from certain provisions of this regulation. They are requesting an extension of the waiver for an additional 120 days through December 30th, 2023. This time frame, Better feels, would be sufficient to allow their software engineers and product team to further test and implement the requirements of the regulation, specifically the implementation of a clear and conspicuous notification which informs the patron they can set self-imposed limitations when they play their first wager. And on page 124 of your packet, Better has attached an image of the notification they will implement. And it should be noted that Better already has in place such notifications when patrons register for a new account and when they make their first deposit. Furthermore, Better is also seeking a permanent waiver related to 205 CMR 248.16 section 2. This section of the regulation states that a change to make these limits less restrictive shall become effective the next business day after the time period of the previous limit has expired, and the patron reaffirms the requested increase. In an effort to better promote responsible gaming, Better does not allow patrons to make their self-imposed limitations less restrictive for at least 30 days. So Better is going above the single business day in the regulation and sets this time frame for 30 days to make such limitations less restrictive. The detailed waiver request is in your packet, and after review, the Sports Wagering Division has no issues with this request for a waiver for 248.16 section 1. And then lastly, we would like to commend Better for requesting more permanent, stricter, responsible gaming limits than what is currently required in section 2 of the regulation. And after speaking with Responsible Gaming Director Mark Vanderlinden, the Sports Wagering Division would recommend granting this waiver for initial time period and review the data in the future.
Questions or comments? Commissioner O'Brien.
So yeah, no, the comment that I have is I agree with you in terms of lauding them for doing this. This is also more consistent with the AG's office regs on fantasy sports and how they do the 30 in terms of making it less restrictive. So I like that Better is going in that direction. I do think it's also something we need to talk about if we want to circle back and look at our own reg and whether we want to follow suit. But in terms of this, I think it's a good move. I think we should grant the waiver.
We brought that up when we were looking at the reg. Remember, yep. Commissioner Bryan?
Yep.
So, Commissioner Skinner?
Can I just get clarification, Andrew? You said that Better is requesting to impose more restrictive measures for section 2 there, 248.16.2?
Correct. Correct. The current regulation states that if you wish to set or change your self-imposed limitations to make them less restrictive, our regulation says that does not take place until the next business day. Currently, Better has it in place where it changes after 30 days. And Better is requesting a permanent waiver to this regulation.
So I'm still confused because that second sentence does not come into play unless the operator is imposing less restrictive measures, and because they are not here, why do they need a waiver at all?
Crystal, are you gonna jump in?
I was going to say, I'd have to have you clarify the question, but I did want to add that Director Vanderlinden was brought in on this when we started talking about it, and he had some of our own recommendations, which are included in the memo, but he could probably answer some questions. I think he's on.
Yeah, I'm right here.
But if you could clarify your question, Commissioner Skinner, I'm sorry, I kind of only caught the latter part.
Rather than do that, Andrew, could you explain the waiver again? And that might help me the second time around.
Yeah, of course. So Better is seeking a permanent waiver related to 248.16, Section 2. And Section 2 states a change to make these limits less restrictive shall become effective the next business day after the time period of the previous limit has expired and the patron reaffirms the requested increase. Better does not allow patrons to make their self-imposed limitations less restrictive for at least 30 days. That is their current process. Okay. So Better is going beyond the single business day in the regulation and has this time frame set for 30 days to make that less restrictive. They are requesting a permanent waiver to the regulation to keep it at 30 days. We are recommending an approval of this for a time period to review the data in the future.
To review
the data in the future.
The data, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Madam Chair, may I just weigh in on this a second?
Sure.
I think it's an interesting proposition to extend that time period, though I think that we should measure it. I don't want enrollment into play management settings to be seen in any way as punitive, or when somebody comes to the end, feel very frustrated that they need to wait an additional 30 days, or it may be that it would be a disincentive to enroll. So it may be a positive responsible gaming tool, though I think that it's something that we should measure to see what the effect of that 30 days is.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
So thank you, Andrew. That second time around I knew would cover it. So I am clear on exactly what this request is about. And a question to Mark on your note just now. Is it your recommendation then that the commission not grant a permanent waiver here and instead for a shorter duration to allow some review and assessment?
That would be my recommendation, Commissioner Skinner.
So can I actually add a procedural question here, Commissioner O'Brien? Excuse me. A request for a permanent waiver is kind of a funny thing, right? Because that assumes that that nothing changes. So they wouldn't be waived. We wouldn't actually give a permanent waiver to, I'm understanding the Director Vanderlinden's request, but I wonder, assuming that they continue with what they're doing, the permanent waiver makes great sense. But if they changed it somehow, right, the reg would still be in place. So I don't know. Do we give permanent waivers? I guess that's really my question.
Didn't we do this once already with Better because they do 25 and up?
Did we give it a permanent waiver? Is that what we said?
I thought we did.
That is correct.
It's just process,
Right.
But you get my point. I'm not being very articulate.
Yeah, but there was no, to your point, Madam Chair, there was no question or issue raised when they were doing the 25. Mark has raised a concern about whether there's going to be unintended consequences in terms of signups.
Right. Well, I understand his point today.
So I wonder if it's,
Yeah.
I don't know if Mark has a time frame he's thinking of, but I wouldn't want to do a waiver and then have to come back and say, look, that's not enough time for us. We're just going to have to do this again. So I don't know, Mark, if you had like a 6 month, 1 year, is there a time period you're thinking of where they'd have to come back and request again, or?
I would recommend somewhere around 9 months. We're collecting the data across all operators on enrollment. I think that there's a lot of information that we should gather before we determine whether this is a positive responsible gaming condition. So 9 months.
Commissioner O'Brien, I believe that was in our memo as well. We recommended a 6 to 9 month time.
I think this is two different, you may have said this, but this is two different waivers essentially.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so waiver to
Time frame
248.16.
wouldn't be this.
Yeah, so waiver to 248.16.1, that's the 120-day waiver to implement the notification. And the permanent waiver is a 248.16.2.
So let's do the first
Can
one.
I have a follow-up?
Sorry. Oh, you're
Just
gonna
a
go to the
follow-
second. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Skinner. Yeah.
I just had a follow-up on your point about the permanent waiver. So should the commission grant, I mean, I know it's kind of off the table for this discussion, but should at any point the commission issue a permanent waiver? If the operator decides that, you know, they want to revert back to the language in the existing language in the reg, would they then have to come before the commission again to get approval for that? I mean, we don't have to answer that now because it's not in front of us, but I see your point in terms of, you know, the funkiness of the.
Well, yeah, I think as I was saying it out loud, I think that's probably what would happen if they sought a permanent waiver. They would know that their intent had shifted if they did go back. So we would have to leave it with them. If we're issuing permanent waivers, I guess the condition attached is as long as your practice stays that way, right? But yeah, I didn't remember that we had already issued one, so I appreciate the history. But yeah, Commissioner Skinner, thank you for sticking with me on that point. And so maybe what we should do is first, let's do the first one, just to make sure we don't, on the temporary waiver, they need that time for implementation. Does anybody have any questions for Andrew on that one or Crystal? And then should we move on that? The effort to
I do have a clarifying question. Is this, so Better offers the self-imposed limitations. It's just that they are seeking the waiver on the conspicuously displayed portion of this regulation.
Correct. The notification upon your first wager.
Mm-hmm.
We already have the notification in place for new account creation as well as first deposit.
Okay.
And how much time are they seeking?
120 days through December 30th.
Yeah, through December 30th. Andrew, does the Sports Wagering Division have any concerns about that time period or that waiver?
None.
Request?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And I knew your memo said that. Thank you. And sorry, it's right there, 120. I'm reading the summary, which is up above there too. 120 days. Do I have a motion?
I can make the motion, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify with the team. The recommendation from the Sports Wagering Division is 6 to 9 months, and our Mark, your recommendation is 9 months, and so I just want.
No, this is with respect to. I'm sorry, because I am confusing things. If you look at page 119, there's two requests, one for temporary waiver and one for the permanent, and we should do them separately, right? Is that what's being recommended?
Yes, but my question was for the first part of the temporary waiver for
Oh,
248.
they're looking for 120 days, 120 days.
Yeah, there
Oh,
are two requests from Better. Again,
I
it's
see.
section
Right.
one is the
Yeah.
temporary.
The 6 to
waiver
9
for
months is
Right,
the
it's the-
other.
Commissioner Skinner, we're
Paragraph
doing
2.
exactly the same thing. So yeah, 120 days, yeah, okay.
All right. With that, then I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to Better Holdings, Inc., DBA Better, from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.16.1, as included in the commissioner's packet through December 30th, 2023. As granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of General Laws, Chapter 23N.
Any edits? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Excuse me, Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard? And I vote yes, 5-0. All right. Now to the permanent request. The only issue outstanding is the time frame, and Director Van der Linden is asking for an ability to study whether there's some implications on RG. I think I want to just reiterate that Commissioner O'Brien, you've referenced the AG recommendation, and I remember we did discuss this.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, fantasy sports is more restrictive in terms of if you want to lessen your limits, it's 30 days.
Was it 180 or something? It was really long, wasn't it?
It was definitely longer than what we had. I don't remember if it was that long, but it was longer than what we were putting in our regs.
I'm making it up probably. Commissioners, do we, I guess, Mark, I would say if there's going to be a study, and there's any implication for it to be contrary to responsible gaming, we want to know sooner than later, right? So you're saying that 9 months will do it?
I hope, Madam Chair, the numbers of people that enroll in play management settings is small. And so to get a large enough pool of people who enroll in order to understand, is it a disincentive? Are there unintended consequences of 30 days that we need to have a large enough pool of individuals. I'm just now learning more about enrollment rates of these types of play management tools. I would recommend that we revisit it in 6 months and consider an extension on that. We don't have enough data to understand how patrons react to a 30-day. So, and what I mean by that is, one, is there lower enrollment in play management settings for Better? Once somebody enrolls and do they disenroll and not come back to re-enroll in it, perhaps because the 30 days was too long? I think that there are just some, on the surface, it seems like a very good responsible gaming move, but as Commissioner O'Brien said, what are the unintended consequences? And I think I'd really like to know that. Or is this a best practice and we should require that across all operators? Data, I think, is just key to better understand.
Okay. Anything else for clarification from Mark, commissioners? Somebody want to make a motion?
So I can make a motion for closer to 9 months out, which is about June 7th, which is a Friday. So I don't know if we want a different date than that, go to the middle of June, or whether we want to.
Why don't we say June 1st?
June 1st, which is a Saturday. That's fine.
Is that a Saturday? Okay, then June 3rd.
June 3rd, the Monday. Okay. I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, that the commission issue a waiver to Better Holdings, Inc., DBA Better, from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.16.2, as included in the commissioner's packet and further discussed here today, through Monday, June 3rd, 2024, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.34 and is consistent with the purposes of General Laws 23N.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Okay.
Okay. Up next is a similar, but hopefully less confusing waiver request from PSI, Penn Sports Interactive. PSI has requested a temporary waiver from certain provisions of 205 CMR 248.16 Section 1. They are requesting an extension through the end of this month through September 30th. Approval of this extension will allow their software engineers and product team to adequately test functionality to clearly and conspicuously display to the patron the ability to set those self-imposed limitations when a patron makes their first wager. This extension will also ensure PSI has the necessary additional time to fully test their solution and that it does not adversely have a negative impact on the user experience before it is made available to its customers in Massachusetts. It should be noted, similar to Better, PSI already offers new patrons the option to set these limits at a time of new account registration and at the time of any deposit. Again, the detailed waiver request is in your packet, and the Sports Wagering Division has no issues with this request to implement the requirements of the regulation.
What page of the packet, please? Sorry.
115. 115.
Yes, it's out of order. Page 115 is the memo.
Yeah, sorry, I must have put these in backwards, but it starts on page 115.
It's okay. I think we changed up the agenda. It's fine, Grace. 115. Questions for Andrew, Crystal, Bruce? Commissioner Hill, I saw no. Are you ready to move?
I am, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to Penn Sports Interactive from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 248.161, as included in the commissioner's packet through September 30th, 2023, as granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of GL Chapter 23N.
Second.
Any further questions or edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Okay. So now, Plainridge Park Casino, and I'm looking for that memo.
I believe that is on page 113.
Yes, at the top.
Were you able to find it, Chair?
We decided, the reason why, remember, Grace, we decided to shift all the waivers at the top. We're just we're rationalizing the packet, Andrew. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
All right. So here we are, the house rules. Yeah.
Yep. So the only house rule we have today comes from Plainridge Park Casino's in-person sportsbook. Part of this is an update to the request I presented 2 weeks ago on the August 24th commission meeting. If you remember, PPC had requested an update in their language of section 14 of their house rules for obvious errors and the process to void or pay them out, mechanical or technical human errors. There was some discussion during the last meeting on the sportsbook using their sole discretion to pay out these errors in accordance with the correct odds or price. And after meeting with PPC's compliance team, they have since updated their language to include MGC approval for both voiding and paying out these certain bets. As it reads in your packet, in the event of any obvious price error, all bets in such cases will be deemed void or paid out with the correct odds or price. However, either option shall require MGC approval. This removes the entire language of sole discretion that was in question, the sportsbook to pay out bets in such cases. Additionally, PPC has also replaced all mention of Barstool Sportsbook with the sportsbook at Plainridge Park throughout their house rules. There were approximately 80 name change updates, one of which was actually within the section 14 of their original requested change. I'd also like to add that PPC has not only removed Barstool language from their house rules, but they are currently completing the process of removing it entirely from their property. This is just one more piece to that. And concluding here, the Sports Wagering Division confirms all requirements have been met under 205 CMR 24702 and has no reservations about moving forward with approving both of these changes.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Commissioners, any questions on these house rule changes? We have a motion.
I move that the commission approve the amendments to the house rules submitted by the Category 1 sports wagering operator, Plainridge Park Casino, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Questions? And it's discussion. Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Before I say aye, thank you, Andrew, for reaching out to PPC and getting back to us regarding that language. Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Commissioner Hill. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Andrew. Crystal, great job. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you to all of you. Excellent work. Thank you to the licensees too. Okay, Commissioners, now returning to item 8. We've got some help coming in. Chief Muldrew, Chief Lennon, and Mina, I think, was in earlier, but he may be joining us in a bit. Let's see, okay. Hi, John. Got John.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We'll have. I'm just turning to the right page again. Sorry, everybody.
I think it starts on page 142.
Yeah, I've got Grace's handy dandy bookmarks. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Who's going to take the lead?
I can do a quick introduction, background, and then I'll turn it over to Dave. And just want to start by saying thank you to John, Dave, Leaf, Beniswa for all the hard work on this process. And as in the memo you have, in the packet, you have a memo that starts by giving a brief overview of this process. It started on July 27th, where we discussed how we'd even go about bringing in on July 27th, about how we discussed bringing in a search firm to help with the executive director vacancy. And we talked about the typical thresholds of what a search firm would look at between 20 and 25% of the annual salary. So we would first exceed the incidental threshold. Then we talked about the process we went through in the past of looking at statewide contracts, and that did not lead to any good firms in the past that did C-level suites searches. And that left us with the possibility of an RFR, which would be a long-term, or a procurement exception where we would look for an intentional spend with a diverse firm, and we could use the best value process, which we've used in the past. We asked for some time to go back and vet the Supply Diversity Office list of certified firms to see if we could even find some firms that would be able to do this. John pulled up SDO's list of certified vendors, found about, I think, 40 or 50 firms that met the basic criteria. And then we enlisted the assistance of Leaf to do some additional vetting. There is a summary of their report in there of how they went about vetting. There was a three-pronged approach. We can dig into that a little deeper if you'd like. And we had, the HR department had developed some questions that we would put to a potential search firm. And those were asked by Leaf of the firms that responded or were within the three-pronged criteria, that met the three-pronged criteria approach. All of that information is in your packet, and if the commission chose to use a search firm, there are 5 firms that could meet the criteria that Leaf has put forward, and it's up to the commission whether they would want to use one or multiple during that vetting process. And we can dig a little deeper into the information. I know that it was requested, and it was my mistake at the meeting on August 17th to not give you the information from Leaf because I thought that had to go to just the vetting committee. But now you have all that information that staff had at the time of the meeting on August 17th. Dave, if there's anything you, Benice, or John would like to add that I missed, please insert.
Just like, I don't know if this is, at this point in time, I don't believe so. I'll wait till we move forward. My recommendation is that from HR, from Human Resource, is that we use agencies, diverse agencies, and we use multiple agencies. Reason being is that you would normally use one agency. It's called giving them an exclusive, meaning that you would not use anyone else. Having never used these folks, my recommendation is that we go with multiple agencies, and therefore we are casting a wider net. And we are also able to recommend to them, encourage them to go out and identify all candidates, including diverse candidates. And that is something that's very specific to our goals as we move forward. So those are really, I would be the liaison between the agency and the commissioners. And steps can be identified where you would play the role in identifying candidates. We could work that out. But those are my observations, my thoughts on the issue. I think that would be the best way to recommending the commission to go forward.
When you say multiple, are you saying multiple from this list, Dave?
I'm sorry?
Multiple from this list?
Yes, multiple from the 5, correct.
Okay.
And I believe 2 are certified and 3 are not, but they are 5 are all eligible. So multiple, in my mind, would be the best route. No more than, I would say 2, absolutely.
It looks like one got certified.
Yeah, 4 of them are certified and 1 is potentially eligible to be certified.
Okay, so that's improved. Okay, great.
I'm
Yes.
sorry if I'm missing it. I'm sorry, Commissioner Maynard, go ahead.
No, please, Commissioner Scott.
Could you clarify which firm is not certified but eligible?
It appears it's Gums Partners.
Thank you. But the other 4 are certified. Yes. Okay.
I guess my question's only about, and you'll have to remind me, I know that we talked about this last time, but about remuneration, right? Are these firms only paid when they provide a successful candidate, or are they paid when they provide candidates?
From what I understand, these are contingency firms. So they would be paid upon complete hire of the individual, successful hire. And then based on their contract, which we would find out, we would then determine when that payment would be made within, normally it's 30 to 45 days upon start date, not upon offer. Because we have a vetting process which needs to be processed. And that is something that would be discussed with any agency. We need to be able to go out a minimum of 6 weeks to make sure that the person is vetted properly.
You mean for background after?
Background check, excuse me. Background investigation, excuse me. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Would they get something for, if the individual didn't pass background, that would be negotiate, would that be a matter? Would that also be, to Commissioner Maynard's point, would they get no compensation if they don't pass background?
There's no compensation. This is successful hire. This is not a retainer. We won't be paying folks for effort. We'll be paying folks for hire, for lack of a better way of saying that, not to be flippant.
Hire based on our standards for hiring, which is background check. Got it.
Correct.
Okay.
And that would whittle down some of these 5 vendors as well. Some may not agree to those terms, right?
Exactly.
We have reached out. We're leaving these types of negotiations once the commission makes a decision.
That's exactly right. Because that would all have to be ironed out and identified prior to any providing them as a agency for us. We would have to make sure that has been confirmed with them.
Commissioner Maynard?
I guess I'll start the conversation. If they're certified and if they agree to the terms of only getting paid if they find a successful candidate that is hired and passes background check, I'm perfectly fine with moving forward. Those would be I'll kick off the conversation.
Can I just ask clarification from you, Chief Lannon? Was your point that we're not sure if they would agree to those terms, but if we assume the best of all possible worlds, okay, Commissioner Maynard is pointing out the best of all possible worlds, okay.
Correct. And these may be some of the discussions that you want us to go back and have with these 5 partners. Hey, we've had a chance to talk about it. Are you willing to agree to these terms? If not, we may have to come back to you with another discussion. And, you know, this is all part of that. Are we choosing one? Are we choosing multiple? I think if you were choosing one, it would be a lot easier to agree to those terms for all, for all of them. I think if you say that to all 5, you'd probably have 1 or 2 whittle out and say, I don't know if I have the capacity for that. If I'm competing against others. That's just my hunch, but it may come back all 5 say yes, and we get the greatest of all worlds. Which would be nice because we'd be adding another vendor to the certified list as well. Right. So that would, and we're here to support them in that. Leaf has said they would support them too because it's from their database. So it wouldn't be a heavy lift on their part. We would be helping out on that certification process.
I'm going to ask a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I'll get better, I promise.
I was just going to turn and ask for any questions. So we're actually in sync, Commissioner Skinner.
So I'm going to ask a question. The answer might be obvious to most of you. Just noting where the offices are located for these firms. I think all but one of them have a Massachusetts presence, but that does not mean that their reach in terms of recruitment and search is limited to Massachusetts, correct? I mean, these firms conduct a nationwide search.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay, perfect.
In fact, that would be one of the qualifying questions I would ask, or we could ask. What is their experience in conducting regional and national searches?
Okay. There is a firm that's listed here who that does not have much experience with C-suite positions. Their focus primarily has been mid-level management, and so I would be okay with, and I don't know whether that firm is certified or not. I think I have to flip back to determine which firm it is, but I mean, that would be my only hesitancy with moving forward with that firm, is that they don't have the requisite experience with this kind of a search.
I agree, Commissioner.
Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Hill, thoughts?
I'm deferring to Commissioner Hill. I wanted to make sure anybody else that wasn't going to be going further into the process had a chance to voice what they wanted.
So my initial thoughts would be that we would go with numerous companies, more than one. I'd be okay with that. How we make that decision, remains to be seen, but I think from what we're hearing from staff, that is probably something we should do, and I'm okay with that.
Commissioner O'Brien, we want to hear from you. I know that this is such an important piece of the puzzle. Do you have any consternation about the use of these firms or a combination of them?
I had the same thought as Commissioner Skinner on the one that she flagged. And my only question really for Dave and Derek, who've used these things before, and I know, Derek, your involvement may be more limited than maybe what we thought originally, but is having too many cooks in the kitchen problematic? Is there a sweet spot in terms of how many firms you deal with in this, or is it better to capture maybe the 4 out of the 5 on that list?
My experience, I have experience here. My experience that I've used 2, because the court, what happens also is that if you have too many clerks, they start identifying the same people.
Right.
And then you have a problem of who received what first, because if you were to hire, now you have an issue of saying, well, I referred that person to you also.
Right.
And it could get awkward. So I've done searches, headed up searches in private sector side, which is different, but private sector side, the process is still the same where we've had to.
Yeah.
And so sorry, go ahead.
I would leave that up to the vetting committee, right? After you've had a chance to contact the 5 of these, see who works best with your assumptions, right? The commission really, and it's been clear during this process, the commission really wants to have their hands on this and doesn't want to turn it over to a search firm solely. So anyone that comes forward with that probably it's going to be hard for them to change their process and the way they go about things. So that might be a good disqualifier too. But as long as you identify all the problems that Dave's pointing out, all the problems that Commissioner Hill has pointed out in the past of using a search firm, and you have those on your mind as you interview these 4 or 5 in the search firm groups, I think that you can come up with the sweet spot, whether that's 1, whether that's 3. If Dave likes 2, maybe it's 2 and the vetting committee likes 2. That's the route you go, but I wouldn't say there's a perfect formula for it. The benefit we have is we have a very involved HR department in all of our hiring processes, unlike in some other institutions where the HR kind of just farms it out. So I think we're at a benefit here for using a search firm.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, comments? I know this isn't marked up on the agenda, so I'm turning to Councilor Grossman. But I'm going to ask the question to see if we need to think about this. Last time we met, Commissioner Hill, you raised the issue around a second screening committee that might be used for the selection of the IEB director. And I'm just wondering, are there any efficiencies that we need to be thinking about in terms of search as we think about this? That's all. Maybe the next agenda setting meeting, we think about that, unless it's pertinent now. Maybe it's not so far off the agenda for us to be thinking about that. Derek, I don't know, you're nodding your head. You
Yeah, we could absolutely, if the commission chose to do this as a, intentional spend, and it's in our best value, which I truly believe it is. It's a small procurement, right? It's under 250,000. We do have the capacity to say this is in our best value because we want to meet our diversity spend numbers. And I think this really shows that we're not just talking the talk when we talk to our licensees, but we're walking the walk as well. And this is an area that we have this ability to say, this is the only one we're going to make it available to. Then yeah, do it for both. We get a double spend here. We could use it for the IEB position as well, the IEB director position.
Commissioner Hill, what are you thinking?
I don't think I'm agreeing with Derek on this one.
Okay.
So let me put a little bit more thought into this and reach out.
Keep it as a back burner. You can always say we leave that as a option. You don't necessarily have to do it. You can go just the CEO route. Come up with employment opportunities as well as our job posting boards. And then if you don't get good results, you could turn to this option. Or we can just hold it in the back burner and bring it up if it's needed.
I like keeping it on the back burner for sure. Let me think about this a little further, Madam Chair.
Commissioners,
I don't think we need to go that route for this hire, but I'm certainly willing to listen to my fellow commissioners and staff, of course.
Firm for the altogether, okay? Then I was just thinking of efficiencies or splitting it up if we thought 4 was too many. So okay. Let's put that on for agenda setting purposes so that we can have a good discussion on it. All right. So commissioners, do you have any other questions for Derek, Dave, or John? Or I'm having a little trouble today, Benishwa. And I'm looking at you're glowing from the white circle behind your head, and I actually love it. So, and thank you for all the work that's been done on this. It's really important work. And
I was
really,
wondering who that angel was with the halo on.
yeah,
Madam Chair, I'd like to add also that with these 5 organizations,
excuse me.
with these 5 organizations, we have an opportunity to expand our portfolio of diverse vendors when it comes to placement as we move forward. And these folks, now that we know they exist, we can develop, our HR can develop relationship with them. They may be able to be used for not so much for executive, but also for critical, for all management positions. That, to make sure that we are continuing to reach our hiring goals. So it's another way of expanding our efforts.
I agree with you, Chief Maltrew. I do. I think it's excellent. Okay. No other questions? Mr. Maynard, are you thinking, or what do you got on your mind?
I already said my piece.
So you
I was not as altruistic as Commissioner O'Brien. I was sitting here thinking, if I do have to work with these folks, I'm going to give my opinion early. But that was no. I think that, going back from my experience, my rule in the governor's office was anybody that wanted to give me a candidate, we were going to look at that candidate, and we never restricted, right? And then the piece about the reason I asked Derek and folks about the payment is, to me, being a good steward of the tax dollars too. I would only want to pay them if they had a successful candidate. But so that's as simple as I was thinking, is that, hey, if they've got a good candidate, throw them our way. We don't know what we don't know, and we'll pay them if it's a good one. So that's it. I haven't really changed what I was thinking. But I am willing to go with my fellow commissioners on how they rule.
Can I ask a clarifying question, please? If we go with the executive search, because I'm reading, I think, Commissioner Hill's mind. If we go with the executive search firm, and it's not exclusive, as I am understanding, do at the same time we use our own approaches as well, if it's not an exclusive arrangement with an executive search firm? In other words, the typical postings that we do. And I see Derek nodding his head. And maybe you said that, I missed it. My apologies.
Yes, so that was a clear point that I took away from past meetings. I went back and reviewed all the agendas and actual meetings to get a feeling of what was going on with this. And that was a feeling from the body, that we didn't want to turn this over to just an executive search firm. We wanted our HR department, this vetting and screening committee heavily involved, and they would be running the show, and the search firm would be assisting them. So we'd still be putting the CEO posting out, still be doing all of our regular advertising, touching our affinity groups, and then asking this to supplement.
So Commissioner Hill, that might be a helpful addition, because to Derek's point, his early point is that if they were successful, that would be really advancing our goals around diversity spend, right, Derek? And we do know we need to be intentional about that. So,
correct.
I understand the point.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Thanks, Derek. Okay. Thank you. Were you chiming in, Dave? Are you chiming in?
No, I was just stating that as we meet with the agencies and work with the commissions, HR will play a critical role in ensuring that identifying what candidates we already have in our systems that are going to be refurbished by the agencies, because we are not going to pay for someone that we already have.
Oh, good point.
And that's critical. And that's again, when we look at this and what that process looks like, I can explain later, but that's a critical role. So if we have Dave Muldrew in our system and Dave Muldrew surfaces through an agency, what does that look like? And the agency has to agree that if that's the case, then no, we would not.
Understood. That's good. Any other clarifiers or questions? So again, of this list, 4 are certified in one capacity or another, and 1 is double certified. No, 2 are double certified.
Correct. And the 4th is eligible to be certified based on its ownership. It just hasn't gone through the process.
Got it. And that can take some time.
It can. We've experienced that with a few other vendors. The good thing is the time limit, as long as it happens within the fiscal year, we still get credit after the certification happens for the spend.
Okay. So, commissioners, are you prepared to move on this today, or do you have further questions? Do you want further information? Do you want further research?
I have an additional question, just really playing off of what Dave mentioned. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but your recommendation is to move forward with no more than 2 of these search firms. Did I hear you correctly?
It's not etched in stone. My experience, the question was, have I had experience? My experience has always been working with 2. If it's 3, that's fine too, but I have worked with 2. I recommend in this case, in this particular case, based on their abilities, if we had 3, that's fine. I wouldn't go more than that. Plus, if they cover other areas, if we happen to have 1 or 2 that are regional and we have 1 national, that could justify 3. So sorry to answer you in that way, but it's not etched in stone that it's only 2.
Yeah. But you're not advocating for us to move forward with all 5.
I would not.
Yeah. So then the question becomes, how do we whittle the list down? I mean, aside from what I flagged earlier, I think we have a certification issue, which may or may not be an issue, assuming that there can be some negotiation in terms of, what we expect of that firm moving forward in getting certified. But the other factor here, I think that's going to weigh in to my decision is the length of service, the length of time these firms have been engaged in this kind of work. And so I guess I'm looking for some guidance as to how we go about tearing down this list of 5.
Well, we could recommend, there's not a lot. We could have another process. I don't know what I would do, and I've done this with customers, where the commission can interface with a representative of the commission, can interface directly with the agency. I could be present as an HR person, and you can ask questions, qualifying them. John, we did something similar at Robert Half, correct?
So we could do that and do it in the public and have all 5 of us do that process, or we could delegate it.
I forgot public.
To
That's right.
Derek and John and Nisfa and Dave to come up. Because I think what I'm hearing from Derek, it's a real possibility that they're not all going to agree to the ideal terms that Commissioner Maynard suggested. So maybe we have them do like a cursory outreach, and then if they come back and they say all 5 are in, then maybe and you're not comfortable coming back and say we selected 2 or 3, then you come back and ask for more guidance, but could we delegate it to them? Would you be comfortable? And they take into consideration experience and all those. We could talk about maybe value, things that we really want, and experience is 1, and certification 2nd. Commissioner O'Brien?
No, I was wondering, I didn't know if, I thought the dialogue was heading in the direction of, except for maybe the one that Commissioner Skinner had flagged originally, did the other four proceed where whoever the members of the screening committee, the vetting committee would then go forward and sort of do the final selection of no more than 3
Oh, I
to
didn't know
keep the
that
process moving. But I'm not
I
opposed to continuing to involve all 5, but in terms of trying to move the process along, I didn't know if that was what was being thrown out.
Well, if we're gonna have a screening committee make that selection, then and the screening committee includes a potential candidate for the IEB position, then we should.
I wasn't envisioning that. I didn't think we were going to be having anything to do with the IEB selection.
No, the search firm. If we're going to end up using this, that's.
But couldn't it just be another process? I mean, does it necessarily implicate open meeting law? I wouldn't think so.
Oh, it's not the open meeting law issue at all.
Yeah, you're talking about a conflict arising between the interim IEB director and the potential of serving on the executive director, where that person may be interested in the full-time IEB director. So we can put up all kinds of barriers if that.
We can.
Yeah, and what I was recommending was similar to what Commissioner O'Brien was recommending. If the firm's doing the work for the selection and the review group, we can have John sit in on that to help with the procurement and to help with the selection of vetting down from the 5. But at that point, we're still doing a best value procurement, right? So you still want to have your team together. So it's either going to be all 5 commissioners or it's going to be the vetting committee that does it. And it may be a little quicker, a little easier if you have the vetting committee do that. And then the commissioners, kind of like we did with the application, can tell you what their priorities are when vetting. The commissioners that aren't on that selection criteria, on that committee.
My input on this is that it is critical in my mind that the commissioners have buy-in on however number we use, 1, 2, or 3 agents, 5 even, that you have buy-in, that from the very beginning you feel comfortable that these folks are capable of conducting an effective search. And that's really that's a bit more important than anything, because it really is. If you have questions about it, then there's probably a reason why you have a question.
I guess I just wasn't thinking that the screening committee was selecting the executive search firm. I thought that commission was, and my thought was to just continue to use the team to whittle down, find out, come back, tell us. I actually think it would be quicker. Like, okay, come back and tell us of these 5 who's interested, and we might only have 2 anyway. That's really what I was thinking. But if we want the screening committee to do that, I actually think that's more process, because you're including people who are not. We've got 2 commissioners on the screening commission so far, committee so far. And then there are other people that we don't know yet.
So I had that same understanding that the full commission would be deciding which search firm or firms to move forward with. And I think that was a specific request made by Commissioner Hill, though I don't want to speak for him. I thought that's how we agreed to move forward. Relative to additional information gathering, I'm perfectly fine delegating that to Derek and John and Dave and the rest of the team, because I do worry, whether or not we'll be able to get one of these firms to sign on to this project. Particularly, I know compensation has been mentioned, but where I don't know how these search firms generally operate. I've never dealt with a search firm, but it does strike me as somewhat unique for the commissioners, the search committee, to be so closely involved from the search firm perspective, to be so closely involved in the review process, the determination as to who to put forward for potential consideration. I think that might be more of a bigger ask than we realize, because essentially, we're where it seems that we might be altering their business practice just a little bit. But I don't know. I'm wondering that. So that's kind of where I stand on this whole thing. So hoping we can, as a body, make the determination as to which search firms to move forward with.
Commissioner Hill? And Nina, I'm not sure if you have any experience, if you're thinking about screening committees and if it's typical for them to, rather than the big body, to do the procurement for the for an executive, or is it the big body? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it's either, in my experience, and this is mostly on the local level that this has been done, but it's either the full body itself or somebody who is not, or frankly, it's the HR director just doing it, or the procurement officer. It's actually rarely a long discussion because there's not usually this many options for search committees to do that. But yeah, it's kind of one of the two, but it's not usually a screening committee itself. They're kind of working with that entity after the fact.
I'm also mindful of the time here. So I think it is good to move forward sooner rather than later on this. Just a question, is the executive director, has the job been posted yet? Because I do think, parallel to what we're talking about in terms of the search firm, shouldn't we be posting that position? I mean, just what's that process like?
I think that's all part of the screening committee's work, isn't it, Nina?
But I understand that, but what's stopping the position from being posted?
Right now, but it hasn't been posted because we still were determining, we just finished the job description, and we wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure the recruitment process was solid. And we could certainly post it, but I wanted to make sure the commission was involved. Independently, we can post it, but if we're not ready to have the internal processes in place, we could get high volume. We could have a lot of, how are we going to interview? So I thought there were a few questions that we need, but we can certainly, once the decision is made, we can post it quickly.
And we're using the same job description that we used.
We have an up-to-date, but we have.
We had a meeting where we approved the updated.
Right.
We did do that.
We did that weeks ago.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. I need definitely a memory helper today, so thank you. So we've done that. It could be posted, but I'm looking at Mina for direction in terms of process. We have not yet selected the screening committee, and I presume that would come under, once it's posted, all the processes that are about selection, including the general ones that the HR department would do, falls under that screening committee, right? Because we're going to do a combination.
It could, yeah. It certainly could. There's some flexibility on that. You could, exactly what you asked the screening committee to do. Again, you could have the full body put up the job description. You can have that rolling, and then the screening committee starts, as applications come in. There's a lot of flexibility. The screening committee is meant to make the work more efficient. It's not, there isn't a rigid process on that.
Commissioner Skinner?
Yeah, I mean, given that we've already determined that, we want the search firm's work to supplement our own in the screening committees. I don't think that it would hurt to post the job description now. I'm still not seeing the issue with doing that. I mean, again, just in the interest of time, where this has been on the agenda now, several times, I think we should take advantage of.
Okay, so let's get back to item 8A though. search firm. We've been given an option of 5 names. We can decide to have the screening committee do that work, or we could delegate it. I think there's some efficiencies in just asking Derek and Dave and John Niswa to check in with these folks and find out, do we have anybody?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
that's exactly what should happen.
Thank you.
Can we please, let's move on this.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion. I'm looking for
Well,
somebody.
I don't know.
Typically move myself, but I will.
I don't know if we need a motion, but.
Well, I
yes,
wasn't getting, I couldn't tell if I had anybody agreeing with me, Commissioner Hill, so I'm very
I'm
happy to
agreeing,
hear.
I'm agreeing and hoping we can move forward.
Well, I
process.
think there was a sense for at least one commissioner, maybe it was going to be in the screening committee. So do I need a motion that we're going to delegate to the 4 members of the team who've been working on this process to come back and tell us that who's in, and up to the most 3? We'll be lucky, I think, if it's 3. We'll be lucky if it's 2. If it's only 1, are we still comfortable? We'll find out. And you don't need probably 2 weeks to do that, right?
My hope would have been that we have decided today that we're going with some search firms. We have now said to these 4, go ahead and pick them. Do they have to come back to us now? I personally, between you and I don't care who the firms are. That's just me.
Personally,
I
you
think,
and me and the entire public. So
well, I don't know what else to say except that I think the staff can look at the 5 that have been put before us and can pick the 2 or 3, and let's move forward. That's how I feel.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Here, here.
Thank you. That's why.
Message received. We will do that. We will vet with the conversation here today. We'll bring that back to the group and see who's willing to sign on the dotted line.
Okay. Everybody, do we need a motion and a vote, or is everybody comfortable with that direction? Just want to.
I'm comfortable with that direction.
I heard you.
I am too.
Okay, good, Commissioner Skinner. Good. I was waiting for it, and I saw Commissioner Maynard and Commissioner O'Brien nodding their head. All right,
Yeah.
Let's go.
Great.
Good. Now, so 7 AA done. Selection of screening committee.
So where were we? I think we only need 1 other slot, right? Wasn't that it?
You know
there a
what,
question?
Commissioner O'Brien, I think we'll probably need a refresher because I.
No, that's what I was thinking. I think Commissioner Hill might have a better memory of this than me. I think it was Heather. There was a discussion of Derek.
I think Mina's going to address the Derek issue because there was a question about the fact that Derek raised himself, that he is hired or appointed by the CEO. And Mina, did you have some thoughts on that?
I did, and I just, in fairness to Derek, I assume that he's still somebody that you would consider. If you were to include him, I think you would have to, there's a potential that someone could suggest that there could be a conflict of interest because eventually Derek's position is hired by the executive director. It's not necessarily a conflict of interest, but as a precaution, what we would probably recommend is a filing under the State Ethics Act and then an approval from the commission that you believe that Derek can act impartially, notwithstanding that ultimately the person that is selected would be the person who has the appointment authority over him. It's certainly not unusual when staff's involved that it is somebody in that role. Again, a lot of times the hardest person to hire is that sort of CEO type role of an organization because they do have others reporting to them. So that's sort of the long and short of it. It's because of the potential for that, we would recommend a disclosure form and an approval if Derek was involved, and but we don't see it as an absolute block.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Mina, and I'm sure you know this answer. Would that apply to myself also? That this person would be my direct boss and I'm involved? I know I'm head of HR, but is there a conflict there?
My understanding is it was slightly different, David, and I think it might have to do with who your contract goes through and whether
it's
okay.
By statute, Dave. By statute, the executive director does make the appointment of the chief fiscal administrative officer, and it is different. I mean, he raised a good point, and I think there isn't necessarily a conflict. It's really an appearance issue that you're getting at, right, Nina?
Right.
Dave raises a good point, but I think
it's certainly the appearance part. There's no as sort of what I was alluding to is there's no way around that for staff at the organization to be hired. HR directors are often in this position where they are hiring the person that they are eventually going to be reporting to. So I don't think it's the same for Dave. I think the statutory reason is why we would suggest perhaps a little bit more of a precaution, a documentation precaution with Derek.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So who do we have? We've got
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Before I make my comment, I see that Derek is still around, and before I go and make my comments, and we're in public, so I have to ask it. Would you be interested still in being on this committee?
Very interested. I just wanted everyone to know about that section of the statute, so that while they made this decision, it was an informed decision.
So, Madam Chair, if I can just make an opinion of what the committee should be, I think we had agreed on Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Maynard, Dave Muldrew, Heather Hall, and then, of course, the fifth position was up in the air because of the issue with Derek. And I'm going to continue to push Derek to be on this committee because of his experience. He's done a lot of work already to get us ready to move forward with this. And I think Mina has now explained to us all he has to do is sign a disclosure form. And if he would be willing to do that, we've had 2 meetings now to talk about this publicly. So we're not hiding anything. It's been out there, transparent. So I would urge my fellow commissioners to add Derek as the 5th member of this committee, and I would end it at 5.
We're going practical. Could we make any motions subject to the commission is agreeing today to accept that disclosure? Mina, can we do that? And then we don't have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, come back to it, right?
No, in fact, because this is sort of a slightly funky process here.
It is funky.
Because the disclosure would actually go to the appointing authority, and
which is the executive director, which is the interim.
Actually, interim executive director Grossman is really the one that would officially sign off on that. You can certainly, given his there, you can sort of give him your thoughts on it, which by appointing, I guess what I would say is
can I add a wrinkle in the event interim executive director Grossman is interested in the position, we need to just keep him out.
Absolutely. And that's what I was actually going to get to. Thank you. I think you read my mind. So because of that wrinkle, I guess what I would say is if you were to skip over the person who appoints Derek today, which is would be the interim, the person, the folks who appoint the executive director is this group. I think you could fold it right into the motion that the commission has no objection to it, and to the extent that a formal sort of approval of that disclosure has to happen from the interim executive director, it will be done as based on your vote today, as a ministerial act, as a call.
And these disclosures are just filed. There's so there's no action to be taken on them. So let's fold that into a motion in the interest of being practical. Commissioner Maynard.
Should we ask, and I know the answer to this, Derek, so don't take offense to it, but shouldn't we ask Derek on the record?
Yes, you should ask the question.
I'm not interested in the executive director position.
And I presume Heather.
Yes, thank you.
Is not interested in the executive director position.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
And Chief Muldrew.
I am not interested in the executive director position.
And I'll
Thank you.
further my answer that if at any point I think there is a candidate that I cannot be impartial on, I will let the committee know immediately.
And
That's what
you'd
I
be
was,
willing to sign the disclosure?
I will.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think that just to be clear, that would apply, what you just said, Derek, and I appreciate that that applied to all members of the committee, including the commissioner. So going forward, you guys will figure that all out. I think we're close to a motion, Commissioner Hill.
I'm trying, I have the first part of it. It's the second part I need help with. So Mina, help me out.
Commissioner Hill, if you could start with the first half, which I assume is to appoint the screening committee, I think what I would add at the end is subject to the filing and as necessary approval of disclosure statements by Mr. Lannon, which the commission believes are appropriate, given that Mr. Lannon's interest in the position is not so substantial, or interest in his role in the screening commission and his employment interest is not so substantial as to affect the integrity of the services the commission receives. You can add a "so moved" at that. I know I said a lot, so at the end of that.
Yeah, good luck with that one, Commissioner.
I know it's a lot there, so but I was trying to get the statutory criteria in as well.
You got to walk me through it, Mina. So subject to the filing and necessary disclosure statements of Derek Lannon.
Yeah. And further, the commission votes that, in its opinion, Mr. Lannon's interest is not so substantial as likely to affect the integrity of his service on the screening committee. Let's simplify it there.
And further, the commission votes, say it again, you're going too fast for me, and I'm sorry.
And further, the commission votes that, in its opinion, Mr. Lannon's interests are not so substantial as to affect the integrity of the services, his service on the screening committee.
Subject to the filing necessary disclosure statements of Derek Lannon, and further, the commission's votes in its opinion that Mr. Lannon, help me one more time there.
Sure. That Mr. Lannon's interest is not so substantial as to affect the integrity of his service on the screening committee.
Substantial to affect his work on the screening committee. Shall we try it?
Let's go for it.
Is everybody ready for that, Madam Chair? All right.
I'm ready.
So I move that the commission name the following individuals to the Executive Director Screening Committee: Commissioner Eileen O'Brien, Commissioner Jordan Maynard, Dave Muldrew, Heather Hall, and Derek Lannon, subject to the filing and necessary disclosure statements of Derek Lennon. And further, the commission votes in its opinion that Mr. Lennon's interests are not so substantial to affect his work on the screening committee.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Any further discussion? Okay. Commissioners, you should all feel comfortable voting on this, even if you're involved. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you for the permission. Aye.
It's not like you had to follow it, but I know you wanted to vote for the other three also. And I vote a big yes, so thank you, 5-0. It was just encouragement. Vote for yourself. Excellent work. Now to Commissioner Skinner's earlier point, there's now a committee. I turn to you, in terms of steps that should be made to advance the selection process. If that includes tomorrow posting that, I guess Commissioner Skinner, if you wanted us to direct them to do that, or do you want to just let them take over now in terms of the process?
Yeah, I just asked that it be considered.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very, very good point. Okay. Number 9. Well done, everybody. Well done, particularly the team members. Very, very helpful and so important to our overall mission. So thank you. Just 1 minute. I have somebody in my house now. Hello. There. We have item number 10. I have one commissioner update, and that's really to thank. There's a committee that I worked with Grace Robinson to form after once sports wagering was stood up, we recognized our mission statement is really due to be reviewed and overhauled to reflect at least that expansion. And a committee has convened. I asked our most senior and our most junior commissioners to lead that. Commissioner O'Brien is chairing and Commissioner Maynard is joining her. And then a nice group of our members, I want to get them all right, of our team. And that includes Tom Mills, Dr. Lightbound, Dave Moultrie. I think you just want to, Dave Moultrie, you might want to mute. Thanks, Dr. Lightbound and Judy from our, of course, our legal department representative. Got Crystal and Lily, and John Scully, and Todd and his executive director role. And so I want to thank you. That's important work. And I know you've met a couple of times, and I'm sure that the commission will look forward to, maybe a couple of updates. Unless you get your work done swiftly, then we'll look forward to hearing your recommendations. So just want to thank you for that important work. If folks are looking at our mission statement, it is evolving. So thank you. Any other commissioner updates?
I have one, please. Is Derek still on? He's off camera.
There he is.
There he is.
I am here.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
I wasn't going to let you get away without being put on the spot.
No better way to celebrate than a commission meeting.
Wait, an all-day commission meeting too. We celebrated all day with you, Derek.
All day.
September 7th. Happy birthday. Hope you're doing something special.
Yes, spending it with the family.
Excellent.
Both families, the MGC family and then my family.
I'm gonna date myself. Are you going to the ground round?
You betcha.
I remember the Ground Round, one of my favorite restaurants.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Oh, yeah,
Popcorn.
throw,
And it would
throw
end-
peanuts on the floor.
Yeah, the popcorn on the floor. I love that.
Many times at the Cleveland Circle Ground Round, yes.
Always a great birthday spot, if I remember correctly. Madam Chair, you know me, if we get near the end of a meeting, I'm probably one of the first that want to go, but I would like just to take a couple of minutes, if it's okay with you. Commissioner Maynard and I actually attended Saratoga a couple of weeks back at a conference. And with your permission, I just wanted to briefly just give you a little bit of an update of what took place over there. It was a very good and informative conference, actually. Patrick Brown, who is the founder and organizer of the conference at Saratoga, welcomed all of us and put together terrific panels that were really very educational. One interesting panel dealt with technology and gaming, new challenges and new solutions. And many of the topics discussed during this panel discussion dealt with consumers trusting in the technology used in gaming and iGaming, you know, wanting better protection for consumers instead of underground and unregulated gaming, and increased revenues for brick and mortars who have added iGaming. The subject of illegal gaming on city streets came up a couple of times, and how technology can better protect consumers from unregulated markets. And the technology also being used to get increased interaction with customers to gather patterns and making products better and for RG purposes. The downside of the technology we learned that needs to be looked at is the illegal betting that is still taking place, money laundering, and of course terrorism was brought up, you know, as part of gaming. Other subjects brought up was, you know, the philosophy of taxation. You know, too high, are we pushing people underground for their gambling and things of that sort. And another great panel discussion that took place regarding consumer protections and federalization of gaming. We heard from Congressman Paul Tonko of New York, who has proposed legislation that would ban all advertising related to sports wagering in the United States. It's called the Betting on Our Future Act. Not surprisingly, this act had some detractors in that room who did not support the legislation for many, many reasons. And I have to give the congressman some credit. He explained why he filed the bill, which is for many reasons we have discussed during our regulation promulgation process. Also on this panel was Marlene Warner, our Mass Council on Gaming and Health director. She was excellent and shared what states like Mass have done through regulations to address some of the congressman's concerns. And by the way, of the four presenters, Massachusetts was mentioned 3 times for what we have done in our regs for RG and advertising. And then lastly, I'll talk about the subject of harness racing. An industry, the subject was an industry in decline or transformation. And interestingly enough, there was not a precise answer to the question. I heard the pros and cons of the question, but each jurisdiction had different proposals on how to enhance harness racing, which we found to be very interesting. Some of the pros, you know, add additional amenities to racing, partnerships with racing and casinos, thoroughbred racing and harness racing in Saratoga, as you know, take place. Commissioner Maynard and I actually went into one of the casinos where they have the harness racing, and we were able to talk to a couple of the workers there, and, you know, made it very clear that when the thoroughbred racing is taking place, the harness racing does not take place, but instead of during the day, it will happen at night. And then, you know, getting more press to cover harness racing, whether it be here or across the country, is something that needs to take place. Used to happen back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, but not so much now in today's world. And, you know, some of the cons, I just said, lack of press, some of the negative press that we've read dealing with equine deaths, illegal drugs and horses, you know, not the same for harness industry as it is as we've seen in other horse industries, but something that, you know, a lot of people are seeing and trying to understand. We're not seeing young people get into this industry like, you know, we did in the past. And it was an interesting fact that we heard in the 1950s, more people attended horse races than football games. which I just couldn't even comprehend in today's world. So again, it was a very exciting conference and very educational. And I would urge, next year, for those who have never been to Saratoga, that you take the time to go out. Beautiful country, but more importantly, great education on an industry that we oversee. We still had some questions after we left, actually, and we are working with Dr. Lightbaum and PPC, Commissioner Maynard and I, where we're going to meet with their leadership to talk about some other issues that we didn't get clear answers on. So thank you for giving me a few minutes to give you a little update on the conference. Very informative.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, anything you wanted to add?
That was really comprehensive, and I agree with the sentiments of Commissioner Hill entirely. I will say, for those that like palace intrigue, when we weren't working, Commissioner Hill did drive me around to all the different springs and allow me to look at those and drink from them, which was actually very interesting. But no, we had an opportunity to sit down with all the stakeholders. We heard a lot of different opinions, and came away knowing that horse racing is a live industry. It is a live industry.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other commissioner updates? Any other business? All right. So Commissioner Hill, I will turn to you for the last business of the day.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. And thank you, everybody. It's a long day, but a lot covered and a lot done.